Mashke there is. There's l'chaim here somewhere. Last time the same thing. Okay. This looks like mashke a little. So your feed of music is going straight in there?
He connected his string to this, so the mic and that.
Oh, so we're all, okay. Now what's a Gimmel Tammuz nigun, Zev? Is there a Gimmel? Is that a Gimmel Tammuz nigun? The Rebbe's a nigun, okay. You have a opening song you want to begin with? Anim's Mirrors is good. It's a perfect combination of serious, pnimius. L'chaim, 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 to everyone, everywhere. B'chol ha'olam kulei, l'chaim, l'chaim. So it's always good to begin with Hakodesh HaTeiv. So I want to say l'chaim to everyone. I also want to say l'chaim to the Rebbe. So both on a personal note, and I probably speaking on behalf of everyone in their own way, as a profound recognition and appreciation for the Rebbe did and does for each one of us in our lives. I could speak for myself and say that I would not be the person I am today, and my neshama may have not been ignited, if this is called ignited, but were not for the Rebbe. And of course the Rebbe represents more than just the Rebbe represents all the Rabbeim and all Chassidus and all Torah and everything the Eibishter wants from each of us. So I think on a day like Gimmel Tammuz, which we all know is a complex day, let's put it that way. But for sure, one thing, it is a day to recognize and honor the Rebbe directly, maybe more than any other day of the year. Even though Yud Aleph Nisan, of course, the Rebbe's birthday, and there's other significant dates, Yud Shvat, the Rebbe's beginning of Nesius. But in a strange way, Chassidus says sometimes the Kayach HaHelam HaAtzmi, Cheshach and darkness can reveal more about Atzmus than Oyer. So there's the Giluyim of the Rebbe, and the way Gimmel Tammuz reveals more the Etzem of the Rebbe, because in many ways it really challenges us to see where you stand. You know, it was one thing when we all would run Simchas Torah and dance with the Rebbe's Hakofis, or Rosh Hashanah and the Rebbe's Tkiyah Shefer, or Erev Yom Kippur, the Rebbe's Barachas, and Yom Kippur, and those are the big days. But every Mincha Ma'ariv, frankly, every day, the Rebbe was a live wire, so to speak, that lifted everybody on his wings. So that, of course, as you know, in the language of Chassidus, Eir Ein Sof is Megala, the Gadlus and Hafloah, and the power of Elokus. But then there's a whole other side to things. Chassidus explains that Oyer, even though Oyer is Mein HaMoyer and Oyer reveals godliness in the greatest ways, all the Giluyim from the highest levels, and of course in Eilam Haba and in Atzilus and Gan Eden Elyon and Gan Eden Atachten. But there's something that the Etzem is higher than even being Oyer. And where's that revealed? Chassidus says, speaks about that. If you really want to appreciate how far and beyond Atzmos is, you have to look at the Yesh. You have to look where you don't see Gilui. And then you realize that even that also comes from the Eibishter. So even though it's more pleasant to have Giluyim, because then you're basking in all the glory, everything's beautiful. But there's a certain Keach HaEtzem that is revealed when there's no revelation. So though we all would prefer a pre-Gimmel Tammuz reality, but no one asked us, this is what was decided from above, the mystery of it. But that doesn't mean there's less of Gili, it just means it's a different type of Gili. I remember hearing a very powerful story in the time that Rebbe Marash's Talkus was on Yud Gimmel Tishrei, Tafrei Shmem Gimmel, and which was like a day before Sukkot. In those days there was no texts and there were no WhatsApps and there were no emails. So how did the news get around? It was by word of mouth. So in Lubavitch, they knew about these Talkus, obviously, but in the neighboring cities, they didn't know right away. The news arrived in Chernigov, which was a very Chassidish shtetl. It arrived on Heshayne Rabbah, which was like Gimmel Tishrei. So at Yontif, of course, slow down the spreading of the news, but Tishayne Rabbi. Chernigov was the Rav of Chernigov, was the famous Chassid, the Radatz, Rab David Tzvi Chen, big Chassid. He came to Shul Shmini Atzeres night, and he was told, somebody told him, the way they expressed it was, the Rebbe is avek. That was the words, the Rebbe is avek. In English, it means the Rebbe left. As soon as he heard that, he fainted. Such an expression, and also he fainted. And they couldn't revive him, no matter what they did, could not revive him. And it was already getting dangerous, he was lying there, and they couldn't in any way awake him. So someone thought of Amtsah, maybe he should call his father, the father, famous Peretz Chaim. Peretz Chaim was already old and ailing, he was home, he couldn't really walk. But they decided they're going to bring him, maybe he has some way to get his son to... Now, Peretz Chaim, just Agav, was said that he was the only one that saw 6 Rabbeim. He was a little child when the Auther Rebbe was in Stalik, so he saw the Auther Rebbe as a little child, and he saw the Frierdiker Rebbe as a little child. The Frierdiker Rebbe was a little child, so he saw 6 Rabbeim. So they brought the Rab Peretz to the shul, and he bent down to his son, and he whispered to him and said, "A Rebbe geht kemel nicht avek." A Rebbe never leaves. That's what he said. So that finally woke him up. I don't know how well he danced that night, regardless, but he at least was awake. And it's a tremendous, important message, because it's not just the words we use, which also matter, respectful words, but it also is the essence of something. I mean, the language of Chassidus, emes, geht nicht avek, nitzchis doesn't go away. It may change form, may change expression. It could be more begoli, less begoli. It's like seli elokuz geht avek. No, there's no such thing. Even when it says histalkus, histalik yikara the kuchibrichu, we know it doesn't mean removed. It means concealed. It means helam. Even the tzimtzum is not kipshute. So no such thing as something leaves. And even though, of course, there's no question that it's painful and it's sad, but the bottom line is we have to remember that certain things do not end, and things that remain nitzchi. Doesn't mean it's not a challenge. So in many ways, I don't want to quantify and define Gimmel Tammuz. I don't think it's my job or anybody's job to determine what is exactly this day. Maybe it's good that it should be a mystery. Not everything has to be understood. But one thing is for sure, that the Rebbe trained us that anything has to bring to action. So I see it my own way, that it's a day of accountability. It's a day, where do you stand in your relationship with the Rebbe? Farbrengen, so I don't want to quote, but I'll quote something. Sometimes we get a quote from Ma'ivei Techakmeni, from the Goyish Welt. So there was a big financier, and if you don't know who he is, it's Tavi Aleichem Brocha. His name is Warren Buffett. Rebbe would say that sometimes by Farbrengen. That said the New York Times, and he said, if you don't know what it is, it's Tavi Aleichem Brocha. Those that know. But he said a good line. He said about finance, he said, until the tide is out, you don't know who's been swimming naked. You understand? When the tide is in, everybody can be a kaposhmacher, everybody's a whole big thing. It's like when the light is shining, you don't see the cracks. When are we tested? When the light isn't shining so begoli, then you have to really show us what you can deliver. The Rebbe said many times, it's a concept in Chassidus. When the Eibush is carrying you, or the Giluyim are carrying you, we don't really know what you're made of. When all the Mishalim you find in Chassidus from Medrash, the Medrashim HaMelech that sends his child away to a distant land. How many times is this moshel mentioned? Many times in different contexts. What's the bottom line of this moshel? That when the child is in the king's palace, you don't know what he's made of, because he's getting everything is catered to. Everyone's taking care of him. He has a sense of entitlement. It's when he's sent to a place where no one recognizes him, and now he has to make it on his own, then you see what a person's really made of. Essentially, this is the whole yesod of Yeridas HaNeshama Beguf. When Neshama in Gan Eden, the Shtabe Beguf de Malka, it's Nana Meziv Ashchina. The Neshama is basking in the glory of godliness and Elokus, not missing anything. But you don't know what it's made of on its own. Put a Neshama in this world, and that's why it's Al Korcha Chatachai. Neshama doesn't want to come to a world like this. But this is where you really see what you're made of. So I'm not here to explain Gimmel Tammuz. I'll talk about that in a moment. But one thing is for sure, that after the fact, we all wished it didn't have to happen. But after the fact, the bottom line is this is the ultimate litmus test of a person's iskashus. So Yud Aleph Nisan Yud Shvat, not take away anything, God forbid, these are tremendous days. But they're like the births of the Rebbe's Giluyim, the Rebbe's Nesiyas, the Rebbe's birth. Gimmel Tammuz is when the Rebbe is, let's say, you can, in your Bechira Chovshis, you can think that the Rebbe is not watching you. He's not standing right near you. Now what are you going to do? And that's really what it's about. Now, everyone asked the big question, and I can't ignore it, what exactly happened? Gimmel Tammuz, why did it happen? It wasn't like the Rebbe didn't put that in the plan. He said many times over those years, especially in Nun and Aleph Nun Beis, the Mashiach is Otot, many different expressions. He gives Mangulaschem, Dafnot Efren de Egen, we already finished the Birudim. I mean, more and more, the Shein is constantly, Otot Kum Mashiach. This was the language that Rebbe used all the time. Anyone that was there, we heard this. I was right b'teich in Yonim. Everyone heard these shlichus. They're printed today, and every word that Rebbe says is shchina medaberes mitech grene. It's emes lamite. So what happened? Where did Gimmel Tammuz? Where's the Chav Zayin other than Gimmel Tammuz? Where does that suddenly come from? So I'll just say this right off for the record, at least from my perspective, since I have the mic. Everybody could say whatever their opinion is. I don't have an answer. I'm not looking for an answer. I also don't have an answer why the Holocaust happened. I also don't have an answer for many big questions. The Rebbe himself, in the later years, Nun Aleph, Nun Beis, and so in the past, where the Rebbe would say, why, after all the Aveda and Kol HaKitzim and so on and so forth, why did Mashiach not come? So the earlier years, even before Mem Tes, the Rebbe's answer was usually, Val Medaf Noch Epes Ton. So one more mitzvah, one more miftzah, one more this, one more that. In Nun Aleph, the Rebbe would answer, interestingly, he would say, Chav Taka Kasha. It's Taka Kasha. So if the Rebbe could have a question, we could have a question as well. And there's a letter, I don't know if for some reason it's not so mafursim, but it's an Igris Kedesh. In the first year after Yud Shvat, Tavshin Yud, Yud Aleph, so we all know the people were encouraging the Rebbe to assume leadership. And the Rebbe was rejecting it. And the Rebbe gave many answers. Why? But one thing the Rebbe once wrote to someone was this. Someone wrote to the Rebbe, was wird sein? If the Rebbe doesn't become Rebbe, what's going to be with us? Like without a Rebbe. And the Rebbe's answer, interestingly, was, in the language of the Rebbe said, was wird sein? The Rebbe is saying, the bigger things that I don't know what will be. We have a big Rebbe, and he'll take care of things. So if the Rebbe could say that, we can definitely say that. Even though Chabad loves Chabad, we love to answer things, we love to understand everything. But the biggest understanding is Tachlis Eideh Shalei Neda, and the biggest mysteries of life are not really necessarily something we can fully understand. But that does not mean that we remain paralyzed. I saw a letter from the Rebbe to a doctor in English, where he asked the Rebbe a big question: why did the Holocaust happen? Why did God allow such a thing? And everyone has this question. And interesting, the Rebbe answers the words of the Rebbe there. He says, if God wanted us to know why, he would have told us. In other words, if we needed to know why in order to do our Aveda, our work, so God would have told us. The fact that he didn't tell us why means we don't need to know the answer to that in order to do what we have to do. We have a different question we have to ask. Not why, what are we going to do about it? So the Rebbe writes. If anybody wants the letter, I'm happy to send it. It's a 2 or 3 page letter in English. And then the Rebbe goes on to explain that approach. Similar to the famous sikha from the Rebbe of the Dalet Kittis, when they were stuck between the Mitzrayim pursuing the Eden, and in front of them was the Yam Suf. So they broke into 4 camps, 4 philosophies. One is to surrender, to go back to Mitzrayim. The other is to go to war. The third to jump into the ocean. And the fourth to daven. It doesn't seem like any other option. And Hashem tells Moshe, no. There's 4 options called Vayiso. I told you to go, you forge ahead. This you can sit and philosophize and all kinds of theories. So the Rebbe at the end of that letter, interestingly, he writes, this I never saw anywhere else. The Rebbe writes, you may think I'm writing to you about the Holocaust academically, like theoretically, as if it doesn't affect me. In other words, not personal. The Rebbe said, I too am a Holocaust survivor. I lost my brother. I know the Rebbe word's lost, but my brother, my grandmother, my sister-in-law, my brother-in-law, and other close relatives. The Rebbe writes that, just as an aside. I guess to show that I'm not just writing to you like, from the mountain, oblivious to the pain and so on. But this is not just Asius. It's a tremendous strength, actually. To know that some questions can be answered is not a chesed necessarily. Some things don't have to have an answer. Some things we say Nesava Kodesh Baruch Lo Lias Leis Baruch Dibra Tachtenim. Nesava. And Auther Rebbe says, why Nesava? He says, we don't know why, because this taiva is hechafar kasha. If a taiva is stuck in kasha, because seichel itself was created by Hashem. So you want Hashem to fit into our seichel. So the fact that some things are not understood is not necessarily a sign of defeat. On the contrary, it's embracing something. The Rebbe once said that Amunah, akasha machnit schwacher, and a teretz machnit starker. When it comes to faith, a question doesn't weaken it, and an answer doesn't strengthen it. Yes, still, there's nasa v'nishma. We need to try to understand whatever we could understand. But to say that we don't understand atzmos, and we don't understand many things, that's not a pella. So, and it's also a waste of time, because the Eibishter wants us to know, let us know. If he doesn't want us to know, we won't know. But, so what are you supposed to use the time for? The question is, what are we going to do about it? What are we going to do? And then that goes back to the challenge of Gimmel Tammuz. It's a challenge of what you and I and everyone is going to do. What are you going to do? Is it going to strengthen your skashus and strengthen your commitment? Or are you going to remain neutral and say, I'm not sure what to do? Or chas v'shalom, the opposite. You're going to get colder and more detached. I'm not saying those last 2 options are good options, but that's at the end of the day, b'chira means you have options. So it's clear that there is only really one option, and that is that despite the helam and despite the challenge, it's meant to bring out deeper keiches from us, and that means enim avakashel lefi keichon, which means God would never give us a challenge we can't deal with. So that means we must have the keiches. It's as simple as that. I meet many people ask me, and I'm not here to judge anyone. Many people don't necessarily feel that way. They have shlichus, and the shlichus weaken them. Okay, that's why we Farbrengen, and we come together. It's of course, the Yetzer Hara has a very easy way to say, 29 years passed, what do you think is going to happen now? Someone told me, what do you think, another 29 years will pass? We didn't think 29 years will pass. And it happened. Now, of course, that's all language of a cynical language that does throw cold water, and I'm not denying that there's a voice in every person that has moments of shlichus or sveikus. But the question is, what are you going to do about it? You can give in to that, or let that weaken you. Or, as I see it, anyone that really is touched by the Rebbe, adarabah, it's even if you're not doing it for yourself, like it says, not lemani, lemancha. In other words, we do it for the Rebbe's covered, and the Rebbe put so much mesiras nefesh and dedicated his whole life to all the pa'ulas that in this day Rashvi, and ultimately to bring the geula. So for we to give up, it's not we're giving up for us. Essentially, we are the Rebbe's people. And if the Rebbe's army gives up, God forbid, that's like, there's nothing worse than that. So the fact is, Gimmel Tammuz Taka challenge, but we are here to talk about it. The fact that Eibishter blessed us that we're here, Tafshin Pei Gimmel, 2023, means that we have a job to do. And that is why we come together, put our heads together, put our hearts together, our souls together, and figure out, yes, whatever we did was not enough, so clearly something more has to be done. Now, as I always say, I know in my own heart that I didn't do everything. If I felt that we all did everything, then we could say, okay, what does the Eibishter want from us? We did everything. There are 8 billion people on this planet. Every one of them learns Chassidus. They all know about Mashiach and Gula. What else do you want from us? But as we all know, 8 billion people don't learn Chassidus. And don't all know about the word Mashiach or Gula or the Rebbe or Chassidus or anything like that. So from my point of view, there's plenty of work to be done. We're not saying we have to reach every person. The Rebbe never made such a condition. But to say there's no work mamatl ma'ila to be done, that's not correct. So from my point of view, Gimmel Tammuz is essentially a challenge. Number one, where do you stand? Are you in? And if you're in, are you all the way in? In the army, in the military, in this Sivas Hashem? And then you're in, what are you going to do that you haven't done till now? That's really what it comes down to. I don't like to be oversimplifying things, but everything else to me is a sideshow. There are people who today is a day they sit and cry all day, like Tisha B'Av. Okay, but we know Tisha B'Av is also a day when Mashiach was born. So we know that crying is only a means. Yes, you cry for certain things you miss, but you can't stop with that. There are other people who were Gimmel Tammuz B'chlal, there's nothing happened. It's like as if nothing changed. So it's also not realistic. The thing is, the key is to remember that Gimmel Tammuz is a helam. There's no question about it. Even if you say everything is exactly the way it was, but not to the Eini Basar of most of us. We're too Megushim. Who said it? Zalman Moshe, who once said when the Frierdiker Rebbe had a stroke, so he was in Paris, I think, so he said, the Frierdiker Rebbe had difficulty speaking, so the way he put it was, Gib a guck wie grob the Welt is, and wir können nicht verstehen what the Rebbe sagt. So he said, the problem is with us. We can't see that, we can't hear what the Rebbe is saying. I have no problem. The problem is with us, but that's a problem. So however you twist it, I'm not worried about the Rebbe, I'm worried about us. So the key thing is to keep in mind that it's not a day there's no such thing as negatives of just sadness. Yes, we can cry for certain things, but above all, it's a day of responsibility and accountability. And if you're standing right in front of the Rebbe right now, what would you say to him? What would you say to the Rebbe? The Rebbe said, Chav Ches Nisan Tavshinun Aleph, 32 years ago, 11 months to the day of Chav Zayin Adar. Before that, the Rebbe said, what did he say? He said, Tut als was ihr kennt. So the duch has to be very straightforward. Tell us what that als is. What did you do? I don't know if I'd be the first one to rush into the Rebbe's room to give a report of what needs to be done. I don't know if that would be, I'd want to be, maybe you'll send Zev. Because I'd be embarrassed. Because the Rebbe did say that. And therefore, the challenge that we have is to deliver. So we'll talk about this some more. I'll say l'chaim again to the Rebbe, to us. And I want to conclude, the real truth is the Rebbe should have Rachmanis on us already and say maybe, we all made little efforts at least, and bring already the Geula so we don't have to sit and talk about it. And but meanwhile, we have to do whatever we can do. L'chaim, l'chaim, l'chaim. So it's like the 770 where they say, someone says, "Bezai still medavent," and someone else says, "Vos davenst du midet?" So they came to daven ma'ariv now. Huh? Okay, they can daven downstairs. Okay, good. Thank God. Good. L'chaim, l'chaim. We can sing as Anigan. L'chaim. I know. There's exactly. The story with who was it? No. not the old Parasher, Isaac Homler. So he was once Farbrengen, and he said, I have no shchusim. I have no shchusim. Someone say, you have no shchusim? What do you mean? I bought a Talmud Chacham, I Avid, Mashpia. You have all the milas. What are you talking about? No shchusim. No, I have no shchusim. He said, not one shchus? He says, yeah. I have ein shchus. As Amol, I don't gefallen a blättel chassidus from the Alten Rebbe. And I had the shchus to pick it up and give it to him. That was, one second. So the chassidim said to him, are you kidding me? So he thought, they were saying, what do you mean, they have a lot more shchusim than that. He thought they meant that they didn't believe him. He said, nein, emes, das the gewend. Ich gave my blood, geben them all of them. He thought that they were questioning whether that's true. So he says, don't take away my only shchus. So I'm saying, Zeb is referring to that once the Rebbe was going out of the room, right, and the sikh had to be delivered, right? And he gave it, yeah? So there you go. So at least, Talmud biyadeh, you have something to... Exactly. Tona Teva, Rebbe. Yeah. L'chaim. Chaim. So what is a Rebbe? Let's talk about a Rebbe. How about that? What do you think, Zev? It's worthwhile? So what's Mashiach? So, a story I heard, name of Rab Shmuel Levitin, who heard it from Chassidim of the Reb Marash, who are from the Chassidim of the Tzemach Tzedek. Two stories actually. One was that after the histalkus of the Rebbetzin Chaim Mushke of the Tzemach Tzedek, her histalkus was Tov Reish Chof Aleph, 5 years before the Tzemach Tzedek. So it's known, and you find in the Rebbe's letters and other places, that the Tzemach Tzedek went into let's call it seclusion, lack of a better word. There were no more Maimorim, then no Yechidus, no answers. It was like, to the point that the Chassidim, of course, had tremendous aggravation from it. Oh, the man of the hour, yeah. Please. He had tremendous aggravation, and the Rebbe writes in a letter that the Chassidim of the Tzemach Tzedek went to the Tzemach Tzedek and said to him, Rebbe, we need you. So the Tzemach Tzedek answered, Ein melech b'lei matronisa. A king is not a king without his queen. Which is, devastating enough to hear that. So they answered, they were, of course, the Talmidei Chacham, they said, what do you mean? The Torah is matronisa. The Torah, they brought rayas, the Torah called the Isha, Knesset Yisrael, the Malchus. So the Tzemach Tzedek said, yeah, but nicht, sofort nicht. Just interesting that after the Stalkus of the Rebbe Chaim Mushke and Memches, Tavshim Memches, so the Rebbe asked the Rav, Rabbi Pekarsky, which is, I don't like the Chazar, but he did ask him, he said, he wants to ask a halacha question. If somebody's wife passes away, in Stalik, whatever the word, does the man, her husband, still have a connection to his father-in-law? Because the connection comes from through his wife. Like the Rebbe said, Heinter the Tag, Yudalad Kislev, was verbunden mir, mit euch, eich mit mir. So Rabbi Pekarsky was smart enough and he didn't go look it up. He said to the Rebbe without hesitation, it's not even a sophic, it's absolutely 100%. What's the Shaila B'chla? But the Rebbe should ask that, is pretty strong. But the story with Tzemach Tzedek, it's like mamish the same teich. Ein melech b'lei matronisa. Okay, there is a matronisa, but the point is that it wasn't a small matter. It's not like, okay, the Rebbetzin passed away. The Rebbe was, and we also know that it affected the Rebbe very directly. We all saw it. But going back to Tzemach Tzedek, so I don't know how long this lasted, the Tzemach Tzedek's so-called not being involved. By us, we know that Rebbe, it lasted. The Farbrengens changed. The Rebbe stopped saying Maimorim. In most cases, Rebbe stopped everything. Rashi Sichas, Rambam Sichas, Pirkei Avos, Zohar. There were so many changes, it's hard to even... But then the Tzemach Tzedek announced one day that he's going to say a Maimer Chassidus. So you can imagine Simcha Gdela, unbelievable Simcha. Finally, after all this time, the Tzemach Tzedek is so-called coming back to say a Maimer. So Chassidim gathered in Lubavitch, and Rab Hillel Paritcher, who lived in Paritch, also came, even though he was already older. His istalkus was Tofresh Chav Dalet, Yud Aleph of. So he also came, even though he was not so well. But for him, a Maimer Chassidus was like nothing greater. So he came. And they're waiting in the Beis Medrash with the Tzemach Tzedek to come out and say a Maimer. Okay, after 10 minutes passed, 20 minutes, half hour, and Tzemach Tzedek is not coming out. the Rabbi Hillel, because he was not well, he couldn't stand any longer. So he started walking out, and he heard two young lights speaking. And what he heard was not his liking. They said things that were not very respectful. They spoke about the Rebbe, some tzedek, not in a proper way. I don't know whether they said that the Rebbe is Marshchere or the Rebbe is Ogetragen. I don't know, They humanized. And Rabbi Hillel heard that. Rabbi Hillel heard those words. Suddenly he had a new surge of energy. There's nothing like a snagdus to bring out your energy. In case you're ever down, just go to a snagdus that attack you and you'll see it'll make you come alive. I know a chassid, by the way, who has Alzheimer's, and if you told him something about Masnagid, suddenly he came alive. Everything came back, his memory came back. So the Tzemach Tzedek, so Rabbi Hillel heard them speaking this way. So Rabbi Hillel went over to them, and this is the language. He said to them, listen to these words. This we all could use to hear this well. He said, Shvenzelach, Shvenzelach, Shvenzelach. I'll translate in a minute. Was meint A Rebbe is eigen anoz mit amoil. A Rebbe is elikus. On besasi da helam af elikus, da helam af Rebbe. That's what he said. You hear this? He said, what do you think? A Rebbe, he says, well, first let's start Shvenzelach. Okay. Shvenzelach, Shvenzelach, Shvenzelach. There's many ways to translate that. Mildly, you could say idiots, idiots, idiots. If you want to go a little, everybody, Yadinush Benafshe, there's a lot of ways to express that. You want to use a more sharper translation? It says Shvenzelach, Shvenzelach, Shvenzelach. I don't know, I'm not going to be medayik in the 3 times, maybe 3 dargus in a shvans, I don't know. But he said, what do you think? A Rebbe is eyes, a nose, and a mouth. A Rebbe is elikus, is godliness. And when there's a helam, a concealment on elikus, on godliness, there's a helam on the Rebbe. I don't like to speak negatively, but I'll say this. I sometimes hear people speaking about the Rebbe in a language that's just not, it's not appropriate. We understand the Rebbe Basar V'dam, Shoma Beguf, but still, it says, Ein Reinas HaMelech Keshum Mistaper. You're not supposed to even see a melech as he takes a haircut. You don't know he's taking a haircut. We saw the day that barber would go into the Rebbe's room and gave the Rebbe a haircut, and you saw the Rebbe had a haircut. But still, you're not supposed to see your Rebbe taking a haircut. Why not? Why not? You're mechusher, atzmus and aguf, all alazach. Because we're human beings, and when you see something that is there's a thing called hadras koved, there's a respect. And even a thing like a haircut, sometimes you hear language, and then you say, okay, but who are you talking about? Talking about a Rebbe? You're talking about some charismatic, blue-eyed leader. A Rebbe is a lakus, and a lakus means, not a leka, a lakus, just for the record. It's a very different thing. It means that he is, like Moshe, Ish Elokim. What does that mean? Like we say about the Ovis, for example. His whole being is essentially a chariot, a vehicle for Alakus. And when there's a helam and Alakus, yes, there'll be a helam and the Rebbe. That's how it is. Because it's a dum. If they say Shchinta Begalusa, a Rebbe is also in Begalusa for the same reason. That's why Maglin Rabbi Ime. And later, a chassid could schlep the Rebbe with him in his golus. That's how it is. So when you think of it that way, and I don't want to repeat certain words because they're just not respectful, but I hear things that people speak. They ask me, don't you feel that when the Rebbe said the Sicha Chavches Nissen, that it was coming from some form of desperation? I heard these words. Or another Sicha came after the Rebbetzin passed away, so the Rebbe was affected by it. So I'm sure he was affected. We all know that. Even Eris and Kalim of Atzilus are affected by Maisa Tachtein. So that's not a pella. But those words, so I always respond, I said, 1 second here. So how do you know maybe Bas Lagani Tovshin Aleph was also somewhat desperate? It was after the Holocaust and this. In other words, if you're going to start turning and explaining, maybe Rabbi Akiva in Shas, the reason he said certain things was because he was a Ben Gadim and he was traumatized. and he didn't have enough therapists to deal with it, and that's why it affected the way he explained certain Maimonides Chazal. Why won't we say such a thing? Akiva was a human being, because we're talking here people who are Kalim Telukus. They didn't stop. If you do that, you could throw the whole shas and say it's all humans. And you know what? Maybe they made some mistakes along the way. I don't have a problem with a person who doesn't want to believe in Teirah Shabbat Peh, Teirah Shabbat Ksav, and the Eibers to Gesundheit Heid. I'm not saying I can disagree with you, but you can't do Palginim b'dibura and say that Rebbe Shchinim medaberes metergrene til Tavshim Mem Ches, or as one person once told me, till Tavshim Lamed Ches. Nach Tavshim Lamed Ches, someone said to me, it's Changeheben the Siluk. Someone once told this to me. I said, really? And if your child, God forbid, all the doctor said need an operation, and the Rebbe says not to give an operation, would you listen to the Rebbe or to the doctors? You know, people would put their life on the line for the Rebbe. So I understand. So where exactly does the Shchinim Medaberes Metergrene stop? So, you know, if you're talking about a Rebbe, is a Rebbe, is a Rebbe. Someone has shlichus on the Rebbe, okay, fine, address it with someone. But if you want to understand what the derech of a Rebbe is, that I share this often because it's simply my own personal story, but I think it's a good example. You know, I'm asked many times by different people, both Chabad, not outside of Chabad, what effect did Gimmel Tammuz have on you? You know, you worked in the shlichus, you're a chozer, a maniach, and of course it impacted you in the most direct way. And you know, what effect it had? Be honest, you know. They say we talk to a lot of people, they're not really telling us necessarily what they really, tell us what happened to you. So I always answer the same answer, which I believe is a sincere answer. I said, look, as far as being strange sounds coming from somewhere. Maybe I said something wrong. Okay, based. The lights go out, then we'll know that. You don't control the lights, right?
All good.
Okay. I said, first I want to give a shkoyach to our Sanya Abshlema. Thank you so much. Making this happen, always par chova. And, you know, honoring the Rebbe, Gimmel Tammuz. So, shkoyach.
Thank you very
much. So I say, look, as far as sadness, of course, you know, here the Rebbe's Farbrengen, full force, everything was going beautiful, going toward Mashiach, everything was clear, and then suddenly Chav Zayin Oder, and then after Chav Zayin Oder, of course, a little less than 2.5 years later, Gimmel Tammuz. I mean, you have to be heartless not to feel sadness around it. Simply push it on a human level, you know. But as far as, let's call it, as far as iskashus goes, as far as questions, a lot of people have questions. I've heard from many people that Gimmel Tammuz shook up they had a crisis in faith, a real shook up their amunah. And some people said, it's just Megala that I never really had amunah maybe. You know, others I know that has changed their lives, and not always in a positive way. So I'll just share, since, you know, people, I guess I talk openly, maybe too openly, but so be it. Maybe that'll compensate for those that don't talk at all. So I'll say this, and what I say always this, I had my Gimmel Tammuz crisis of faith moment years before that, in Tov Shalom Ches. Tov Shalom Ches, we all know Shmini Atzeres night, the Rebbe had a heart attack. I remember it like today. It was my heyday. I was 20 years old that year. Mamish b'teich n'yonim. I was working the shlichus and Sefer Likutim. I remember standing not literally feet away from the Rebbe, and the Rebbe's face turned completely white. And we all saw there was something going on. And later we all found out, heart attack, not stomach heart attack. And then later that night, you know what the doctors all said, how much they hoped they gave up and all that. Yeah, and there were miracles. It all turned around, and not only that, the Rebbe came back stronger than ever. Even Begashmis, just look at the shlichus. Before Lamed Ches, basically a Farbrengen ended around 4:30 on Shabbos, 3 hours. And in Mem Aleph, Farbrengen is going till 5, 6 o'clock. Just look at how many krachim is Sichas Kedesh, Tavshim Mem Aleph, compared to Lamed Zayin, for example. So that was very open. That's why after Chav Zayin Oder, we all felt that's going to happen again. Basically the same Yiddish Tzedek Aliyah, so to speak. So Le'esat, they were still waiting for that. But that was the attitude. But remember, Shmini Atzeres night and the days afterwards, it wasn't very pleasant. That I was in his room, and we know what happened. And there was, so I remember, in those days, there was no such thing as talking about the Rebbe in any way with mortal terms. The Rebbe was a Rebbe, we didn't talk about anything so-called connected to, that's opposite of Chaim Nitzchim. But Chatose Ani Maskir, that I did, as a skeptic, or at least my Nefesh Abamis, had some questions, and I was wondering to myself, Chaz v'shalom, I couldn't say it because it would be blacklisted and excommunicated. I don't know what would happen. So these things were not spoken. But I remember thinking to myself, I say, look, Chassidim are giving their lives, shlichus, people their whole entire lives. What happens if the Eibusher decides to take the Rebbe? And what happens to us? That was, I had that question. As I said, I couldn't talk to anyone about it, but it was in my own mind and heart I was thinking about it. Hashgacha Pratis would have it. Punkt then, I was reading the story the famous story with Reb Shmuel Munkus. Everyone knows the story. I'll share it in a moment. And that story was like exactly the right thing that I needed to see or hear at that moment. That changed my life. Without hesitation, I'm ready to say that. So today we have the story in more detail. Then the story was very brief. Today in the Rishimus of the Rebbe, the story is more detailed. So I'll share the story. So when they came to arrest the Alter Rebbe, so the Rishimus, the Rebbe writes, that the Alter Rebbe had a hiding place where he would, where he could hide in case they were coming, so he could escape, so to speak. And that happened one night. Soldiers came to the house, Alter Rebbe's house, the Alter Rebbe hid. They came in, the way the Rishimus says it, that they started basically slapping around the Rebbetzin, questioning where is her husband. They slapped her and they knocked out a tooth. That's what it says in the Rishim. I'm just chazering as it says. Okay. After a while they left. The Rebbetzin obviously did not tell them anything. The Alter Rebbe came out of the hiding place, and then suddenly they hear another knock on the window. It's the middle of the night. So they get scared. Who's coming now? And they peek out the window, they see a Shmuel Munkus. Agav, I have developed a theory that Shmuel Munkus was definitely a nachtfegel. He's always coming at night. That story, then the first time he ever came to Alter Rebbe was also middle of the night, with the story with Mein Goy, Ishtarka for Dein Goy. So I guess he was a night guy, which maybe explains a little about him in general, his sense of humor and stuff like that. Nachtfegel have a certain personality. Anyway, the Alter Rebbe opens the door and says to Shmuel Munkus, "Du kommst echt bei Nacht?" Meaning you also come at night and frighten us. Mazikim come at night. Who comes at night? Criminals hang around by night. By day, the vampires come at night. I'm adding that. It's not what it says in the Rishim, obviously. The Mazikim, that's what it says. Du kommst echt bei Nacht. So he says to the Alter Rebbe, "Ich hab nicht gewusst, dass beim Rebbe mit der Nacht." How do you like that? I didn't know that by the Rebbe there's night. There's something, that by the Rebbe there's something to be afraid of. Which leads to the next part of the story, that the Alter Rebbe asked him, should I cooperate and allow myself to get arrested? And that's when Shmuel Munkus said the famous words. Now in the Rishima, it's not printed. You only see ... because some words he said were so sharp that, I'll hazard it. But consider this off the record, even though it's on the record. But on the record, it's off the record. Let's put it that way. So, Shmuel Munkus said, "Mamonavshach," either or. Eibis ta Rebbe, it was Sameirhab. The Rebbe, the Rebbe still protect you, basically. Or Neib nisht, and here there is the dots. Kum dir a keilin kop, fatzunemen Geschmack von Elam Hazeh von Hazeh Chassidim. If you're not a Rebbe, you deserve a bullet to your head. That's what he said. For taking away the pleasure of this world from so many Chassidim. Now, how a person could say that to Rebbe is another story. I guess Shmuel Munkus was a Baal Madrega. But I think it's even deeper. It was so mufrich, that's why you could say it. He wasn't by him a havamin. He was saying to Alter Rebbe bluntly, what are you talking about? If Elikus is emes, your emes, in Nitzchi, was to reden. And if Chaz v'Shalom not, you deserve a lot worse than being arrested, because you're basically a con artist. I mean, again, I'm putting it in very gashmistic grub basis. You know what? It's not like there's in between. You know, it's either Eined Milvade or it's not real at all. There's no such thing as saying something as Eined Milvade except one little corner of the world. Emes means Aleph Mem Tzof. Mitchilose Ad Seife Be'emtzes. From Alazai. That story is what I read in Lamed Ches. And the impact that had on me, I'll tell you right away what it was. It wasn't just the Chassidish Hergish of Shmuel Munkes. He was basically saying, and how I understood it for me, you know, grow up. Are you here only for the party? You know, when everything is going beautiful, I'm in. As soon as there's somewhat of a helam or a setback or doesn't work on your cheshbon, I'm not here. That's how it works. A soldier in an army is a soldier. Even if something doesn't work out exactly as you thought it would, you're either in or you're out. Is the Rebbe emes? Is emes lamite no matter what? There's no tnoim. So whatever reason, the Eibishter wants the Rebbe to have a heart attack. Whatever that means. But what do you think? Either you're, and I grew up very quickly that night when I read that kufa. So for me, it was very clear, make a decision and live by it. If you want to be out, so leave. But if you want to be in is unconditional. It's not like, you know, I love you only when it's working out for me. And if it's not working out for me, I'm off somewhere else. You know? It's a total commitment. And I mean, I'm sitting here, so you imagine what decision I made. Now, I never forget that moment, even though it's so many years ago, because these are defining moments. They shape your life. And so for me, once Chav Zayin Oder came, and Gimmel Tammuz later, the issue of Nitzchias and Emes, I already dealt with. I already had my shtar sheyotzel of Iru, so to speak, and it was Mekayim, you know, when Mekayim a shtar that has been challenged, you no longer have that. So I did not have that at all. It was more of a personal thing, you know, the begashmis, you know, the sadness of, I mean, for me personally also, the Farbrengen, everything just stopped. So of course there was plenty to deal with, but not the emes and the nitzchias of it. I meet today people who are young, you know, bochrim 15, 16-year-old in Nun Beis or Nun Daled, and I have rachmanis on them. Some of them they're still shaken, they still don't, because they were so young and impressionable, and they hadn't yet made adult choices, and they were told things, and then, so I fully understand it, but I have to say that Gimmel Tammuz ultimately is the ultimate test, and everybody's going to have to go through this. You want to be an adult, grow up, and ask yourself, are you in or you're not in? The Rebbe is completely emes, and I say if just in the same language as Shmuel Munkes, not because I have a mean otherwise, but you have to ask yourself, that type of like half answer that I'm in only if this and this happens, and if not, I go to another club. You know, I don't know, that to me is very intellectually dishonest. So Gimmel Tammuz is a real test in that way, and it's a true Aveda B'Keich Atzmei test. You know, what the Rebbe said Chavches Nissen was, you could say, tragically fulfilled. I did everything, now let's see what you're going to do. And now that's exactly what this matzav is. So to me, it's a reality check, more of like a day of cheshbon hanefesh. Again, accountability. So that's my response. I mean, everybody is going to have to go through this moment of truth, so to speak. You know, the fact is, let's be honest. I used to teach in Beis Rivka. I gave classes. So I always would ask the students, and I ask especially those growing up in the system. You know, the question is like this: why are you frum? Why are you shemitah mitzvahs? Now, people right away are taken aback by this question. What kind of shayla is that? What do you mean? It's Eibishter, Har Sinai, Emes, and so on. But let's pose the question here. Did you really make a choice, or did your parents choose to send you to frum schools, including Chabad schools, and from the youngest age taught to say Moedani and Brochas and wash your hands and everything? So it's part of your nature. Is it through your avodah? Did you go through a whole search in life and decide this is emes lamite? Or, I'm not saying this to be critical, because the fact is that a good chinuch is an important thing in life. But you have to realize, did you go through a lech lecha? Did you really go through an avodah? That you worked on yourself? You see a person who grew up in a secular home, a tinik shenishba, comes a Baal Tshuva. So even there you could say there's also maybe shalei lishma, different ulterior motives. And I'm not dismissing that does, tech shalei lishma, Baal lishma. But there, people they paid a price. I know people whose parents don't talk to them since the day that they became Shemer Torah Mitzvahs. Maybe years later, they reconciled. So they paid real prices. For many of us, what price did we really pay to be Shemer Torah Mitzvahs? It was given to us on a platter. So it's not a surprise that when suddenly you're challenged, hey, you know what? Everything was going so smoothly. Now suddenly a person has a crisis. And they say, okay, where's the Eibishter now? And that's going to be a challenge. So that's where you have to grow up and say, okay, now that you're challenged, it's not going so well, what are you going to do now? That's when you see the men from the boys, as they say, or the women from the girls. That's when you see who's an adult, who's not an adult. It's easy to be part of a culture where everything, they call the whole zedem, the whole traffic is going in one direction and you just go along with it. It's called herd mentality, conformity. It's another is when you have to suddenly be challenged. I mean, lech lechem artzacham alatacham beis avicha, we know Chassidus explains, is not just for Avram leaving Terach and leaving Evdei Avodah Zarah. Every person has to go through a lech lecha. So in many ways, Gimmel Tammuz is a lech lecha, for sure. I remember, what was it, Tov Shenun, I think. It was Pasha lech lecha, actually. The Rebbe asked a question, why is it that in Tishrei is Merubah b'Me'edes? You have all the Me'ed, you have Rosh Hashanah, and you have Semei Tshuva, and Yom Kippur, and then the Daled Yom in between Yom Kippur and Sukkot, Shana Rabbah, Shmini Atzeres, Simchas Teda, and suddenly you come to Cheshvan, no holiday at all. And the Rebbe actually went through all the months of the year. He said, all the other months of the year, there's something. In Kislev, there's Chanukah, it's Kislev. In Tevis, there's Asara B'Tevis, it will be Yavch Yom Meil. In Shvat, there's Tu B'Shvat, Chamish Aser B'Shvat. Auther, of course, Purim. Nisan is Pesach. Iyar is the whole month of Sfiras Eim and Mitzvahs. Sivan is Shavuos. Tammuz is Shvoser B'Tammuz, Yud Beis Tammuz. Av is Tisha B'Av, Chamish Aser B'Av. El, the whole month is Rachamim, Yud Gimel is Rachamim. The Rebbe Pasha went through all the months. He said, Cheshvan, there's no holiday. I think we may have asked the Rebbe whether Zayin Cheshvan, but Zayin Cheshvan is not really, it's not like Chamish Aser B'Shvat. But the Rebbe says there's no Yom Tov. Why would the Eibishter do it? Doesn't sound like it's like evenly balanced. Why don't you take some holidays from Tishrei, stick them in Cheshvan, and you have like an equal, why such a dramatic transition from complete holidays, come out the whole month, that's why we don't say Tachrin the whole month, and then suddenly a drop, no Yom Tov. And the Rebbe's answer is that's what Parsha Lech Lecha comes to answer. Because you really want to test what someone's made of, you have to take away all the Giluyim from them, as much as possible. So if you only had, if the Yom Tovim were moved to Cheshvan, some of them, you wouldn't have a total, you're not on your own, so to speak. Here there's a real V'Yakov Holach L'Darkei, Holach Lech Lecha, Ma'artzecha, Malatecha, Beis Avicha, and all the Perushim. And now, what are you going to do when you don't have the keiches directly of the Giluyim of Tishrei? And that's when you see what a person is made of. I remember the very powerful sikh. I mean, the Teichen is found in so many, about Yiddish Anasham Beguf. I mentioned before the moshel of the Melech sends away his child. We all know the moshel, the Rebbe, where the Rebbe cried over it, Tu B'Shvat, Chamish Aser B'Shvat, Lamates, when he said about the father who hides from the son, on Sonntag gesucht, on Montag gesucht, on Dienstag gesucht, and was the kind schuldig. The Eibishter is behalten. But why is that moshel there? The moshel is there because it says that's the whole symptom. That's exactly the point. To be mailim in order to see what can you do when the Giluyim are not there. So all these, obviously, and I'm sure many people have already given drushes and Farbrengen about that Gimmel Tammuz captures that concept. But let's translate it into simple English. It means that question is, what are you going to do? And now we see what you stand for. I'm definitely not the judge and the jury here to determine what everyone stands for. Everyone's going to have to inish yad, inish benafshe. But I can just say that sitting in Farbrengen Gimmel Tammuz, I have a measure of trepidation, so to speak, is the word. You know what that means? Huh? Just checking with the educated. A measure, I'll tell you why. I mean, I'm Farbrengen because you have to Farbrengen. But I sometimes feel, can I really say honestly that I did everything I could? I definitely intellectually understand Shmuel Munkus Maisa, and I know that emes is emes no matter what, but it really comes down to action. We can talk about emes and then go to sleep very comfortably. I don't know how many of us have lost sleep because of Gimmel Tammuz or because Mashiach hasn't come yet. You could say it's L'mal Yusa, but you could also say it's not. So, there's like you think. I remember there was one of these Achdus. Every few years, someone wakes up to do an Achdus for everybody, which is always good, beautiful Achdus. And I remember there was a big video, 24 hours or whatever, 48 hours. What was that big 72-hour one? Achdus. Everybody was on a Zoom and Achdus, and maybe it was when one of the young shluchim passed away. Tragic. I don't remember right now, but I remember someone got up in the Zoom and said something that shocked everybody. But I thought it was really on target, even though I wouldn't have said it. But he said, I don't understand something. We're 27 years from Gimmel Tammuz, and that's not shaking everybody up to bring Achdus. So suddenly, another tragedy is going to wake you up. Not Chas v'Shalom that we have to get together anyway, but I found it pretty interesting. There's the letter from the Rebbe. It's a pretty strong letter. It's Reish Chodesh Shvat Tovshin Yud Aleph. So it was coming to the first year of Yud Shvat. Short letter. And the Rebbe writes like this. It says, since Yud Shvat, the Stalkus was Ovar Kayitz, Kol HaKayitz, Ovar Cheref, V'Hazman, or Hergel, I think he writes, or Hazman, I think Hergel. V'Hergel Eise Asher Shalei. That line alone can, in other words, there's something that happens with time, that even if you're shocked and traumatized and everything, time passes, and, we have adjusted. So Gimmel Tammuz comes, I see thousands of Chassidim, Shluchim arrive here. I cry for that, because it's like children, Yisemim, coming to, we don't really know what to do, so you come. It's not like everyone comes and knows exactly what the Aveda is supposed to be. But you can't just sit home, and so you have to show up. And that's beautiful, but it's really like lost sheep, to be honest. I don't know if any of you remember, right after Gimmel Tammuz Harishin, those days after were like the nightmare of nightmares. You remember? People roaming on Eastern Parkway, lost completely. I remember it was like nobody knew what to think or to say, because there was no one that, we had no leaders, let's put it that way. The mashpim were, what should I say? And so there's a certain feeling of Rahmanis, a bunch of I heard people after the World War II, and they were coming out of the camps, no families left, no parents, no children, and people couldn't go back home. It reminded me that type of feeling. I'm not saying it to depress anyone, but at the end of the day, this is not about feeling the anguish of that moment of Gimmel Tammuz. It's really feeling the urgency. What are we going to do about it? That's the question. So, the trick of the trade that Rebbe told us many times is if you don't get inspired yourself, what you do is inspire others. So, B'meila, you have to get inspired. It's like when you have to warm someone else, you have to be warmed. I can tell you, I do that all the time. If I want to inspire myself, I make somebody else a little crazy. So then I have to be involved, because you got to show. So what they say, the guy that has a business card that says, I make happy people miserable and miserable people happy. So you have to, and that's the truth. So in a way, a Farbrengen like this, Gimmel Tammuz, is about waking each other up And maybe somebody will come up with, that type of motivation. Not that doesn't have to come from pain, but a motivation that there has to be something done that wasn't done till now. And that I don't find much inspiration in that regard, so it has to come from within. I could share some of the things that I so-called make achlotis, but I'm not here to advertise my achlotis here. I'm here to shake you up and shake myself up a bit, because that's what it comes down to. Insanity is doing the same thing and expecting different results. Right? Is that true? So that's the big question on the table right now. Here we are, Chassidim. I'm not going to question at all I'm sure, absolute iskashrus. They'll do anything for the Rebbe. Many people say, I'll do anything, but I don't know what to do. Just tell me what to do and I'll do it. So maybe that's what needs to be talked about. But it has to be in that context, because if not, this day will come and go, and people will go back to each one to our respective locations, and more or less back to, I don't say comfort zones, but back to the routine. Regarding 29 years, you'll say, one of the biggest tarbulus of the Yetzer Hara tells you the more things change, the more they stay the same. What do you think is going to happen? Nothing happened in 29 years. What do you think is going to happen now? Nothing happened in 2,000 years, So the only answer to that is, like the Rebbe often says, Der Helech v'der ba, ve'en kol chadash tachas hashemesh. Generations come and go, and there's nothing new under the sun. Okay, that's under the sun, but there's l'mayla ma'ashemesh. So that means we have to go to a place that's higher than the routines. And that's getting out of your comfort zone. That's getting out of your comfort zone. I'll just say one thing. I've said this, I think, before. Maybe I said it last year. For all I know, I could play the recording of last year, no? Maybe. I don't even remember now. But personally, to me, it's very straightforward that your futsa manasecha chutza is the three words the Mashiach said. And that's totally osimar domalka Mashiach. That's never changed. All the generations from the Baal Shem Tov till the Rebbe. The Rebbe made it clear that now's the time to bring the Shechina Lamata. It's not a new Shechina, it's the same Shechina that the Auther Rebbe brought from Rekiah Shvi to Rekiah Shishi, that Avram brought from Rekiah Shvi to Rekiah Shishi. And that Shechina Moshe brought in the Mishkan, and our job is to bring it permanently in this world. And the way is your futza ma'asecha chutza. So it comes down to this. Do you believe in the product called ma'asecha, chassidus? And the chassidus can be made available and applicable and relevant to every person on this earth. I know some people don't believe it's possible. Even chassidus shidden. They think it's only for Yechidus Gula, or for people who understand Erein Sof Lifnei Tzimtzum or something like that. I absolutely disagree. Not because I disagree. I say, well, that's not what the Rabbi said. The Rebbe said the words chutza she'en chutza memano. He never said it only goes to certain groups. There's no such agbola anywhere. The Rambam brings lo yiyeh kol ha'elam el ladasas Hashem b'lvad kol ha'elam. Mol ha'aretz deis Hashem k'mayim leyom achasim ha'aretz mol ha'aretz. So it's pretty clear that this means everybody. So from my point of view, that to me is like the most direct way. If you can create a movement of people, grassroots, that are embracing the Deus Hashem, which is Chassidus, that's what we have to do. And I know numbers, we're not a numbers game, because Nefesh Achas Miyisrael is Kol Elam Kulei, but the fact is numbers make a difference. The Rebbe said once in the Sikha to Kinnus HaShluchim Elami, he said, V'bal, there's more Goyim than Eden in this world, and in Kedusha, Kamus is Echus, so there's a certain milah to Kamus. The fact is that when more people know about something, it has more impact. I'm talking about Lamato, not talking about Lamaila, again, Maisa Echot could be Machriya Kol Elam Kulei. So then it becomes pretty straightforward. So since this is my tchum, I guess I work in this area, so it's Korav, Eldem Korav Eitzel, whatever he's doing. So I made myself a goal, which I told my good friend Reb Shlomo here, that since I read somewhere that if you want to change the world, how do you reach a critical mass? You have to reach 20% of the population. So I took out a calculator, 20% of 8 billion, because it reached 8 billion, is 1.6 billion. So it's not so bad. It's easier than 8 billion, right? I'm not there yet. Let's not go there. That to reach 1.6 billion people in some way, not just reach, I'm not talking about throwing leaflets to them, some way that they get engaged, that can create what they call a tipping point. It affects. Then I would be proud to stand before the Rebbe and say, okay, we reached 20% of the world population. Now your move, so to speak. But before that, I cannot honestly say that. Now, the question is, and it's also important to have measurable results, right? If you can't measure it, then you could hack and shining all day. What do? I did great things. I've done that many years of my life. Did many good things. Listen, I have to raise money. So when you raise money, you're always saying you're doing good things. And someone says, can you tell me measurable results? What kind of result? Measurable. Every nefesh achas b'Yisrael has changed the world. And I'm not saying that in a negative way, but the fact of the matter is that in tachtenim, in tzadira b'tachtenim, tachtenim loshen rabim, means that you have to do it in some way that's measurable. I'm just sharing because some people are going to ask me, so what are you talking about? This is for me. Now remember, the Rebbe said tut alt. Alt. He didn't say only one thing, write a book, or do a mitzvah, or reach civic children, or neshei, or whatever. Alt. That means everybody here has to look at b'mokim sheli bechafetz, something that is close to you, to your heart, something you have a chushin, and there you have to go all the way. Literally, ad kedei mesiras nefesh, and do something that's lech lecha out of your comfort zone. That to me is the marching orders of Gimmel Tammuz. Anything less than that, I mean, what can I say? Is that our response? If the Rebbe Begashmis is not here and there's the Helam, there's only one. I think I've chazed this many times. Yud Shvat Tov Shen Chovav. So the Rebbe is speaking then about Mazare B'chaim, Afu B'chaim, Yaakov Avinu Lemes. So the Rebbe spoke about it many times, but though that year the Rebbe said something really very, I think, unique. I haven't heard anywhere else, any other time. The Rebbe said these words: Zechsten Yard Tzirik, he's talking about Tov Shin Yud, Tov Shin Chovav, is the Rebbe, he's talking about the Rebbe, the Friedrich Rebbe, the Rebbe hat getan, wie hat verstanden. Gegangen, wo gewollt gehen, geredet, was gewollt reden, getan, the pool is was gewollt tun. Aber Itzter is das Tolle in Zare B'chaim, which means that if Zare don't do what the Rebbe wants you to do, then Chmona Litzlan, it affects even whether he's B'chaim. That's how the Rebbe touched it. In other words, if you're not doing your work, so before Tov Shin Yud, the Rebbe was saying, yeah, the Friedrich Rebbe did what he wanted to do. Then, of course, Chassidim, Shluchim should do what they have to do. But now, basically, the Rebbe is totally in us. That's pretty heavy. Now, I don't know if everybody likes to hear that, but, that to me, when I remember hearing it the first time, I said, that's a heavy responsibility. That means it's not just what you're going to do. The Rebbe is dependent on you. So today, we're Chabad Chassidim, right? People see us as such. They're going to look at the Rebbe through you, what you do. Everybody saw the video this week that Moshe Folgerman put out. I found it to be amazing. Perfect example. Such a Kiddush Hashem. You all know the story? Also, it's out there, but it's unbelievable. He's on a plane from LA to New York, coming for Gimmel Tammuz. 6:30 was too early. His plane flight was 6:30, was too early to daven. So he said, "We'll start davening in the middle of the flight." So he started davening. The flight attendants didn't know what he's doing. They started looking suspiciously. What is this whole thing? Tefillin can look like a weapon too. But all kalamayodis, right? So, and they made him feel uncomfortable. He continued davening, and then suddenly, long story short, the pilot comes out. So he said, "Oh no, now the pilot's going to come. He's going to read him, tell him that get into your seat and stop." No, the pilot tells him, "Listen, they're non-Jews and they don't really know what you're doing. So go to the galley there if you want to daven. Go to a certain section on the plane." So he realized this guy, so he says, okay, maybe you'd like to put on tefillin. He said, I'm in the job, I have to go back and I'm flying the plane. I guess for this minute the co-pilot was flying it, but, or automatic pilot, whatever. So he said, okay, what happens at the end of the flight? I'll come. When everybody DVD planes, then we'll put on. He says, no, I'm on the job, I can't do that. But he was persistent, like a good Chabad Nudnik, and I mean that Lamal Yuseh. So when they landed, he goes up front, and he tells him, I'm going to New York now, I'm going to see my Rebbe, Gimmel Tammuz, the oil, and I need to bring the Rebbe some good news. So maybe you can provide me the good news, but you'll put on film. So the guy agreed, and Moshe Folgman videoed it. He didn't wait till everyone got off the plane. Right there, he put on film, and he's standing there by the door of the plane. Everybody's getting off the plane, and he's like shaking their hand. Have a good day. How was your flight? Like they do with the tefillin on. The ganze Breitkeit. I was like, this is like, to me, first of all, you have to get out of your comfort zone, a little chutzpah to do that, and also that the pilot should do it. He's on the job, after all. What happens is when they find, But the point is, who knows what kind of effect it had on somebody. I mean, to me, yeah, there you go. I'm a fetish, okay, there you go. So, I mean, it's one small example, but tremendous. So the point being is, call to action, let's call it a Maisva Iker, is Tapara de Placho. I mean, each of us have to look inside ourselves and say, what is it that I have not done till now that is directly driven by bringing the Rebbe, Chassidus, to people that have not heard about it, or even people that have, in some new way, refreshing way. And and I'm not talking about a one-time thing. If you can do it every day, I see no reason. I was just speaking to a group of parents a few weeks ago, and they said, what do we do about this whole mobile phone magefa? Children, you almost can't stop it anymore. Yeah, I'm not talking about 2-year-olds. Even if you take away the phone, they go to their friend, and the friend has a phone. It's almost impossible to. And I've been thinking about it a lot. Like, what would the Rebbe say? So obviously, as much as possible, you try to monitor it, control it, limited time, and so on. But at the end of the day, it's the best babysitter, as we all know, and it's very hard to. So I said, I remember a sikha that the Rebbe wrote a whole sif about technology, radio. It was Tanya on the radio, sikha, Mishpatim Emdalet. And he wrote that he was talking there about how the Eibishter created everything, including technology. And he said, because nothing creates itself, Chaz v'Shalom. So this koyach adir, the Rebbe used koyach adir be'elam, that's why the Rebbe defined technology. The Eibishter created lei bora el l'chveidei. Like lei nivra azov el b'shvil hamishkan, no mitzad abchira, they can make an egel hazov. Okay. So I said, based on that, I'll tell you what, why don't you tell your children, if they're going to use already the phone, if you can limit it, great, but if you can't, that every let's say, half hour you use it, you have to send out 5-10 messages of word of Torah, of Chassidus, a kind word to people, to your friends, and so on. Teach them that technology was created to spread the litmus. So at least you're showing them what it's for. So it's like the best preemptive thing. You get older, and one day you'll use it. It was not created for business. It wasn't created for nonsense. It wasn't created for having fun, entertainment. Created to be meifetz Torah and Yadus and Chassidus. And I remember the parents liked the idea. And just last week, it was a few weeks ago, one of the parents said, I did it, and it's going great. My children, every day, they tell me, they give me a report of over 100 emails or social media texts. Now, I'm not saying that solves all the problems, obviously, but it's bringing a chiyuvdik and an understanding. Everything that all the opportunities were given to bring a l'chveidish shel HaKadosh Baruch Hu, to bring a likus to the world. So this is part of what I think Gimmel Tammuz represents. L'chaim, l'chaim, we'll sing a nigun, if I bring some more. L'chaim, l'chaim.
What was the ETU?
If your children are already going to use the phone, every half hour, send out 5 to 10 texts and report the children's rotated to them. Or whoever's on their group. Back to their parents. They love it. They say this is working very well. It's not like you can stop it. You can't. If you stop it, you can There's also trends. It's the same idea of business. Why we have business? Yeah. Huh? Das ist Maschke und das ist Salze. Ich halte noch nicht bei Adel Yoda. Huh? Und nein, was noch ein? Okay. Ist great. Okay, fine.
Just watching you, I wrote this down.
Okay, there you go. Chaim. So, in the last few weeks, always Gimmel Tammuz comes around, so I get calls from different places, because I, as you probably know, though I live in Crown Heights, but most of my work is outside of Crown Heights and Kingston Avenue. So I always get these calls, like the journalists that ask the question, so what's the secret? How's Lubavitch continue to grow and thrive? You know, the way some people put it is a company can't survive without a CEO. How does this company called Lubavitch survive without 29 years without its CEO? Kavyoch. Frankly, I always add that many companies can't survive with a CEO, even. Is that right, Shlem? Yeah? Okay. I have right here a bona fide businessman who can qualify. So it's a good question from Elam Haza, Das Tachten. And I have to say, these questions, frankly, are in the category that make us, Ma'evei Techakmeni, sometimes challenging questions force you to answer. Here's another question. You all talk about the Rebbe, the biggest leader ever, the greatest leader in the 20th century, 21st century, all time. Everybody has their... Can you explain to me what makes him such a great leader? And as one person told me, he said, Albert Einstein was a Jew, and we know exactly what he contributed in physics, E equals mc squared, theory of relativity, the theory of special relativity, And the same thing with many great scientists or giants. Tell me, what did Rebbe contribute? Now, I know sitting at this table, I'm sure some of you thinking, what kind of question is that even? What's the have mean? What do you mean? The Rebbe is bigger than Einstein and bigger than 1,000 Einsteins. But the Rebbe say once that in Poland, every corner had 10 Einsteins, every stibel. But you have to understand that is, they call it, an echo chamber. Of course, Chassidim feel that way. And you don't have to convince me, so I'm not here to, I understand what your head is. But if someone were to challenge you, if you were right now on television or being interviewed by, a Jew or non-Jew that is secular and say, tell me a major contribution the Rebbe made that everybody could appreciate. Das Tachten, not just Yechidus Gula. So I've asked this many times to our own Chassidim. So one guy told me, I would call you. That's what he said to me. Okay, that's very nice. I feel flattered, but I don't feel flattered because I think every one of us should have a ready answer for this. So I want to talk about this a bit, because I think we have to have atheist. Not because there's a suffix. I understand, we're not questioning here that there's a suffix. The question is, how would you translate? And what happens if your son and daughter comes to you one day and say, I know you told me about the Rebbe being this and this. Can you explain to me? I never met this Rebbe exactly. What's so special about the Rebbe besides the fact that he inspired you? So, if you don't have an answer for this that can be so-called presented in a way that makes a case on its own merit, and it only depends on Kabbalah, Sale, and Amunah, I have to say, it's like what Chassidus says, Gamva Pumachtat Rachmanakari is also based on Amunah, but Amunah is Makif. It has to come into some form of real, tangible response. So usually what you see the Rebbe's people say is the Rebbe came, the usual biographies and the press releases, Chabad on Gimmel Tammuz is the Rebbe came post-Holocaust, revived a broken people, and made Judaism very fashionable. And the Rebbe also sent shlichim all over the world. It's right below Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola is a big country, so Chabad is right. No one talks about how it's a distant second. It's not exactly as Coca-Cola, but I understand. And I'll put it even more directly. If you can't explain the Rebbe's so-called relevant contribution, then essentially you're really saying is there are other things. Like I could see most people telling you, yes, Google. Did Google contribute anything to the world? And the answer is yes, everybody uses Google. There's a reason. Because the search engine of Google allows you to find things. So it has to be on that type of relevance, because the more compelling, the more, we'll call it necessary, the Rebbe is in our lives, the more you'll want him. If it's optional, okay, he's a nice man, he taught nice things, I'll learn Chassidus once in a while, I'll learn a Maimer here and there, but it's indispensable. Now, I have no doubt, again, Chassidim feel that Rebbe is indispensable, it's not a shaila. But how do you explain it to someone who doesn't have the basis? What would you say? Huh?
I'm listening.
So, being that I'm challenged all the time like this, because I deal with people who don't take for granted that the Rebbe is the Rebbe, or they don't even know who he is for that matter, and you have to make a case. So I'll share a few things that I've said, especially recently. So I was speaking once at a conference. They were talking about different spiritual leaders, Jewish and non-Jewish, and I was asked to present the Rebbe's so-called contributions. So what I said briefly was this, that when you want to see what a leader contributes, you have to also see the time and the generation in which he comes and how he addressed the problems of that time. And then you could see what he really contributed. So if you want to put it in simple atheist, you could say this: until the Rebbe, all the Rabbeim, and for that matter, all leaders, Torah leaders, except for rare few moments, all lived under a matzav of oppression. Frierdiker Rebbe, what was he dealing with? First was the Bolsheviks and the communists and the Yevsektia, then the Nazis, then the Kaltkeit of America, and so on. Frierdiker Rebbe basically never had a moment of real peace. The Rebbe Rashab, go back, pogroms, and so on. The Rebbe becomes a Rebbe in 1950, Tovshin Yud, and ever since, Eden are living in freedom. We have not had one, yes, we have some anti-Semitism, but there's no one gzeda, not from the United States, not from any other country. It's true the Soviet Union was still lasting, but even that's gone now, from point of view for Eden. So suddenly the Rebbe was faced with a whole new challenge. What's the challenge of the Rebbe's times? Well, in Yiddish we call it Gleichgültigkeit. In English you call it apathy, complacency, indifference. In Hebrew, I memorized it all in all languages because it's adishut, which means basically like the guy that asked his friend, what's worse, ignorance or apathy? He says, I don't know and I don't care. There's no care. The Rebbe's words in so many Farbrengens was simas lev, vuida simas lev, alle schlafen, alle sein still, ein prinzipel mit saftev. The Rebbe's language very often. The idea that, why? Because when you're living in comforts, we all, Auther Tetzava Mem Aleph, you look at the shlichus post 6-Day War, the main theme was that there's Nedochim Beretz Mitzrayim. That's one golus. That's the golus of Anias and Neshenus and Gzedus. And then there's Evdim Beretz Asher. And that's Evdim, much worse than Nedochim. You get lost. You get lost because the kaltkeit and the indifference of comfort is far worse golus than even Nazis, and communists and pogroms. That's worse begashmius, obviously. But the enemy within, the Amalek within, is much harder to deal with. So the Rebbe, in a way, was dealing with a far different problem. The problem is a nation, a generation rather, that is not, I'm very comfortable. I'm busy making money. I don't have to worry about anyone coming to arrest us. Here we are, sitting at a Farbrengen. No one's standing outside, making a list of who came here, and then arresting us, or the threat of arrest. I remember Professor Baranover, maybe have a refuah shlema. He told me once, I remember, it was very moving. He said, I said, what's the difference between when you were still living on the other side of the Iron Curtain and when you came out? So he said, when we were living there, we felt that the whole world was standing on our Mesiras Nefesh. We knew that the rest of the world was free. And I said, give me an example. He says, Yutas Kislev came. So we'd have a Farbrengen in Riga, or wherever it was. He says it was in the basement. We had to hide. Couldn't just. So we sat in the basement, 10 of us. We didn't have chairs. We had cartons, milk cartons, you know, and we would what's it called? We would rotate. There was a little window that someone would stand by the window to make sure nobody's coming by. And we'd say l'chaim. We had to whisper. And he said, and that was like the greatest thing. We felt the whole world was standing on that Farbrengen because it was under such duress, under such difficulties. He says, once we came out, I've never felt that type of urgency. Can you imagine? So the bracha becomes, like the Rebbe would say, I remember shlichus and Gimmel and Dalet, he was saying, when it's given in Ruslan, they given that type of, now nobody wants to turn the clock back. We're not talking about going back to a matzav of such aniyas and deichik and gzeres and adifas, but the urgency, you know, the Rabbi Baal Shem Tov made a dike wort on Kein Bakedesh Chazisicha, you know, that Tzom L'cha Nafshi, Kom L'cha B'sari, Be'eretz Tziyah V'oyev, Kein Bakedesh Chazisicha. So he teaches, what's the Cain? So he teaches, Cain is halavai. Halavai, that I serve you with the same passion when I was thirsty, when I'm not thirsty, when I see Bakedesh Chazisicha. Interesting twist, why the Eibishter made it that way. That Dafke Dachkus Min HaMeitzar brings Min HaMerchav. Why can't it be another way? I remember once by Farbrengen, the Rebbe quoted Eira Teira Maseh from the Tzemach Tzedek. The Tzemach Tzedek says, we understand Yeridat Tzerech Aliyah and Bein HaMtzorim, and he talks there about Yehovchi Yom Melul Sosan L'Simcha, Dafke the Hepech, Yisrael Er Min HaCheshach, all those L'shenas. And Tzemach Tzedek then suddenly says a line, Avaloma Osa Hashem Kocha. He could have made that we have these milas without the deichik. And Tzemach Tzedek doesn't answer, obviously, because this is from the mysteries. We understand it after the fact. You know, Zayis ein meitzeh shamnei ad sheketchenese. You need the pressure. So the Rebbe was dealing with a new challenge. How do you create pressure when there's no pressure? How do you create pressure when people are apathetic and free? No. So I said the first contribution, I will tell you that the Rebbe stands out from everybody. He gave a formula of how to create a sense of urgency even when you don't have an enemy with a knife at your neck or a gun to your head. The Rebbe went to war against apathy. And that's why you see the Rebbe's sense of urgency, you know, more than all the Rabbeim. Like, people wonder, why did the Rebbe give a compliment? He always said more. The Rebbe never, vacation. All the Rabbeim went on dacha. Obviously it wasn't vacation, they were mevar in the tzutzes, but there was the concept by the Rebbe, it was obgefrekt. When he was asked by, why isn't he, his mother, the Rebbe Tzachana said, alle Rabbeim zijn gegangen, so the Rebbe said, ik geef een veld, tweemaal al chedesh. You know what the feld is? The oil. By the Rebbe, there's grass growing there, so I guess it's a type of like, you know, siesta. Not exactly. And then the Rebbe said, you can't upzahlen the parsha was farming camp. Once and all the Rabbeim, they traveled to Europe for health reasons, whatever the reasons were. So I never heard the Rebbe answer, but to me it was very clear. The clip of our time is vacation. So by the Rebbe, he went to war against this. Not that it's itself Dover Osur Chaz v'Shalom, but it was the Rebbe could not leave room for 1 second of letting go, because then we could very easy. Look, even with everything, we're pretty comfortable. I remember I think in Time magazine there was this article, I think it was before Chav Zayin Auther, maybe Nun or Nalef, and they wrote about Lubavitch's passion about Mashiach. It was actually a very positive article. Lubavitch talks about Mashiach and the Rebbe, that a sense of urgency, any moment now, and so on. But the writer of the article, the last line is the best line. You can interpret it any way you like. He writes at the end that with all Lubavitch's passion and commitment to Mashiach, no Lubavitch has changed their summer plans. That's what he writes. That's what he writes. So it was a very interesting insight. On one hand, you could say it's Lamal Yusa, because the Rebbe didn't create Meshugayim. It's not like where at a time of Shapsit Tzvi, for example, people were standing by train stations with their luggage. The Rebbe didn't say that at all. He said, build mezdis and do it with Asay the Mesuder, and say like Mashiach's coming otot. So why is everybody, wait by the train station, wait by the bus station, or by the airport? So that's Lamal Yusa. Yusa means with all the thing, we still Elam Kimin Haginei, we still don't lose sleep over it. So maybe it's both. Maybe it's both. The point I'm making here is that, so this I shared with secular people, and I can tell you they were nispal, and I'm not saying this because I said it. I'm saying you could explain, and they said, wow, that's interesting. So I said, yes, show me another leader in since World War II, that went to war against apathy. Which leader? Not presidents of the United States, not leaders of other countries, because nobody had that in mind. That's what a world leader does. He looks at the challenge of our time and addresses it. So right there you already have a tremendous thing. Now, of course, the next question is, so what is this formula? How do you wake up people who are comfortable and everyone is very... I remember the Rebbe once said, Ish tachas gafne, ish tachas te nose is a broche, because everybody's b'menuche, everybody's relaxed. But the Rebbe says, Echa klola, ish tachas gafne, everyone, I'm fine. How are things going? I'm at my vacation home, I'm fine. So what the Rebbe did was, he did not let go. He basically was relentless. You all know the story with Moshe Hecht from New Haven, Moshe Hecht. So he's one of the shluchim that the Friedrich Rebbe sent to New Haven. So the Rebbe was demanding from him at the time that he should build a school. Now they have a school, they build a school, fine. Now, once the Rebbe asks, it becomes, the Rebbe doesn't forget. So no matter what you write to the Rebbe, there's going to be a nichtav b'tzidei or something, like a footnote, what's going on with the school. And Mamish, whatever he did, like when he said L'chaim by Farbrengen, the Rebbe hinted to him, okay. He wrote something in about a pu'ula, what's with the school? He said, when he told the story, when I heard it, he said, I have to say the truth, I was trying to avoid the Rebbe. Not avoid Chaz v'Shalom, but like I was thinking twice before I write in a letter, because every time I'm going to get this thing about the school. Okay, great. Finally, he got the school. But he realized he can't just tell the Rebbe I got a building. The Rebbe's going to say, is the building full? As we know. So he had also hundreds of kids signed up. And he said he couldn't drive faster from New Haven to New York. Finally, after 5 years, he can finally report to the Rebbe that the school is standing, is going to be there, and the children are signed up. And at least he has that off his head. The relief when you feel, okay. He said he finally came to December 70, he waited by Mincha outside of the door, the Rebbe would walk from Mincha to Gan Eden HaTachten, and he's standing there all b'simcha, and he says he tells the Rebbe, he wants to report that the school has been established, and the new semester we have 200 kids, 250 kids. So he says, the Rebbe looked at him, gave him a big smile. He says, Rav Meisha, du weißt doch, an mir kannst du keinlich zufrieden stellen. You know, Ramesh, you know, me, you're never going to make happy. So, obviously, of course, the Rebbe appreciated. That's like, anyone thinks the Rebbe didn't appreciate, that's like ridiculous. The Rebbe gave his whole life to spread Yiddishkeit. Someone did something, of course he appreciated. But to me, it's really because the Rebbe's standard was so high, because he knew that the clip of our time is so easy to say, okay, I did it, now I can take vacation for 6 months, and then we start again. And that the Rebbe just did not leave room for that. And that's a leader. And again, I'm speaking dafke beferish in so-called secular language, because everyone can understand that. Because you say to people, are you apathetic? Most people say, yeah, you know what, as long as I'm making money, I'm happy, my family is happy, I'm cool, I'm fine. And that was what the Rebbe, that's just on a very basic level. I want to talk more in depth about it. But my point that I really was making was that, here we are, Gimmel Tammuz. Yeah, we can talk to each other, Chassidim, and we can talk Chidushim of the Rebbe and Likutei Sichos, and a shout out to Project Likutei Sichos for, right? It's a voice, what do you call it? From our sponsors, a message from the sponsors. And we could talk about Chidushim in Rashi and in Rambam and Zohar and Chassidus. There's plenty to talk about. But when you ask the question, so explain that to someone who doesn't learn that Maimer or Nigla or whatever, Chassidus or Nigla, you have to explain as a global leader. Okay, tell us what he did as a global leader. We know what Churchill Lahavdil did during World War II or others. So that's why I'm speaking this Sprach Dafke, because then you have something to really say. Wow, this is a major contribution. So I don't know, recently, the last few years, maybe, I decided, let's make it into some quantifiable. So I've been looking for a Rosh Teva, so to speak. And people like acronyms. I can't find a really good one, so this is a little corny, but it works. So I call it MyPod, okay? You know what an iPod is? With the M. MyPod. So represents MIPOD. And basically demonstrating how the Rebbe, 5 major chidushim of the Rebbe, remember, chidush doesn't mean something that no one ever said before. Chidush means that this is what has to be emphasized in our time. Like that professor who wrote a paper and he spent half his life and then he showed it to the wizards, the Chachmei Chelem, whatever, and they came back and said, your paper is good and original. Oh wow, that's a great compliment. They said, but there's one problem. The part that's good is not original, and the part that's original is not good. The words of the Rebbe Rashab in Kuntesei Tzachayim, he says, Kol Masha Talmid Vosik Osel L'Chadish Nit L'Meish Mesinai. Right? So what's the Chiddush if it was given to Moshe? So we know there's different biyurim. The Klolim were given to Moshe. But the Rebbe Rashab then says, Al Derech HaTzachos, there's chidushim, there's such big chidushim, shalei nitnu l'meish mesinai. So that's not necessarily a chidush. Just because someone says something new doesn't mean it's good. So a chidush means sometimes a thing that is a fundamental, but it's emphasized by. So the MIPOD is like this: a mission, initiative, persistence, opportunities, and destination. It doesn't sound very Jewish, right? Doesn't sound. So I have to tell you a story about that. And many years ago, I started a class. The first class I ever gave was a Wednesday night class. I still do it every week, now online. But the people that I gave the class to were people from the arts and entertainment industry. So these were mostly Jews, but they're very spiritual, but not traditional, as you can imagine. I don't know you could say in a shul, but they got their spirituality, they would say, from Zen Buddhism. If you don't know what that is also Tovei Lacha Bracha. And from another thing, which lately has become a fad, or a version of it, it's called, let's put it this way, it's not an acronym of Let's Start Davening. Okay, LSD, psychedelics, plant medicine, okay? So this is where they got their spirituality from. And here I was sitting, trying to present to them Torah, Chassidus in a language they could understand. So here's an experiment I tried, because I realized, and this I think you can learn from a lot, it's all about communication. It's not about what you say, it's how you say it. The same thing can be said by two people, and one will turn everybody off, and the other person will bring everybody closer. So it's really about how you say things, the right words. You say the wrong word, you can have all the good intentions, but I learned this from the Rebbe, actually. Many times when the Rebbe was Magia Sicha, he would always write sometimes, imagine the reaction of a reader to this word. Even if I said it, if a reader is going to take it the wrong way. There was a sensitivity to understand that the Shedish HaKelim is higher than Shedish HaEris, which means you have to know what the Kelim are receiving, not just what you want to be mashpia. You have to be sensitive to the listener, basically. And your kavanah makes no difference. How many times the Rebbe wrote in Setlach, kavanah Ritzuya, but if the Makablim are going to take it the wrong way, I remember just, it was Yud Aleph Nissen Membeis, Shmeinim Shana, that Shabbos before the Rebbe spoke about Neshek. And he spoke pretty sharply about the people are saying, Minig Avesenu B'Yadenu, Chodesh Osem in Atera, about having young girls lighting candles, it's not the minig of Yidden, and so on over the generations. And the Rebbe in his classic way said, yeah, it was also not the minig of our grandmothers to read newspapers. And there suddenly you don't say minig Avesenu B'Yadenu. So then there's more cheshech, we need more eir. Well, the classic answer in the Rebbe was pretty sharp about people who are, want to add in Kedusha, suddenly they have a problem. Adding in Klippa, they don't have a problem. And the Rebbe he spoke pretty, as I said, sharply. So I prepared the Sikha like a short quote, a short keta, short section from the Sikha for the Rebbe's to be Magia. I sent it in, and I left the paragraph that was a little sharp. Not maybe every word, but the Teich. I sent it in. I think Yud Aleph Nissen was Sunday that year. If I recall correctly, I may be wrong. But this answer came out on Sunday. And the Rebbe sent out the Sikha. He was Magiyat. He crossed out that paragraph. And he wrote on the side, even the Loi Kol Ma Shemedabrim B'Shabbos Kedesh B'Sfadas Chassidus Shaykh the Kohol Arochav or something like that to everybody. And then the Rebbe wrote, imagine the reaction of people reading that. Will it bring them to light candles or not? So the Rebbe said it because it's truth. And it's not like there's something to hide. But the Rebbe was thinking, it's not even if it's true, you have to know that this person could hear it. And if it's not going to help bring them closer, then what you're doing is defeating the purpose. And I remember this was Yud Aleph Nissen, and Yud Aleph Nissen we know was a day of Hispeididus. The Rebbe didn't really answer a lot of questions on that day, etc. So I thought it was just a tremendous lesson. So going back, learning from that, so I decided to try an experiment with this audience I was speaking to, and I realized many of them, they know nothing about Torah and about Chassidus. And I don't know, I'm sitting there with a beard Neyamika, and I'm projecting not a neutral image. For all I know, one of them, I may remind them of an angry grandfather that schlepped him to Shul on Yom Kippur against his will, or may remind him of a rabbi that abused him, I don't know what. Not that I did it, but people have images. Or about an irrelevant Hebrew school teacher that taught him halo, bar mitzvah, bas mitzvah lessons. Or maybe even war memories. So I tried an experiment. This is a real communication experiment. I decided I'm not going to use any words from Torah, from religion. I won't use the name God. I won't use Torah, no mitzvah. I created a new language. Instead of God, I used the word essence. And by the way, Atzmus Mahus means more essence than God, just for the record. Instead of Torah, I used the word blueprint. It was all true what I said, but I didn't use any of the Hebrew words. Instead of mitzvahs, I used the word connections. And instead of Mashiach, Geula, I used the word destination. And there I was waxing eloquent and pontificating about this journey into the essence of reality and the connecting, following a blueprint until the point where you create a seamless fusion between body and soul, between the indeterministic, undefined energies and this material world, a total harmony within diversity, mean, I can go on, but that was the sprach. And I remember I was having a lot of fun because I was saying everything what it says in Chassidus, but I didn't use one word from Chassidus, the Hebrew that is. And the people there were really like intrigued. They say, this is great stuff. Where are you getting all this from? This, I've never heard anything like that. And it was going well. A few weeks pass, a guy comes over to me. Remember his name was Kenny Vance. And he says to me, everyone's really loving these classes. They're really good. But some of us are wondering, are you talking about God? And so I said, I am, but don't spoil it for the others, So my point was anything compromised? My opinion, not a thing. Just because I didn't use the word. I remember talking to what's called a heavy radical Mashiachist, okay? Who said to me, the most important thing is to get people to be machtir the Rebbe as Mashiach. And how do we do that? By Yechi HaMelech, by Yechi. So I said to him, okay, if you were able to get a secular person to say Yechi, and they don't know what they're saying, they're just repeating lip service, what you're saying, you feel that's the gather of Achtaras HaMelech? He says, I think so. Okay, so I said to him, let me ask you a hypothetical question. If I can convince somebody, not convince in a hechrich, I'll korchach, convince them in an inspiring way that they should learn the Rebbe's Torah and follow the Rebbe's directives. Right? And they don't say the words that you're saying because they don't speak Hebrew. And you get them to say the words, but they're not following the Rebbe's directives and not learning the Rebbe's Torah. Who's being machtir the Rebbe more? Tell me. Hypothetically, of course, he right away said, why can't it be both? I said, I give you a hypothetical. And he got confused. He didn't even know the answer. Why? Because he never thought about it. Because anyone that learned a little Chassidus knows Mashiach is a Rav and a Melech. And the best way to be machtir a Melech is to listen to what he says and learn what he teaches. And if you don't have that, you can mouth all the slogans in the world and it's meaningless. But this is a perfect example where language becomes like a trap. You think it's a word. If people don't even know what you mean with the word Mashiach, it's not true that the Rebbe said Be'efraim Eskabel. Not because we're afraid of the concept. We're not talking about people who don't know it's not controversial at all. I can tell you right now, my experience, the easiest thing to talk about is a Mashiach and Gula. Honestly. It's much easier than explaining why we turn a chicken over our head 3 times before Yom Kippur. I can tell you that right now. Because what is Mashiach and Gula? Read the Rambam. There'll be no more Loi Rav, Loi Melchama, Loi Kina, Loi Sachris. Who doesn't want such a world? Molor is Deus Hashem. It's beautiful. It's a world of harmony, world peace, a world of higher consciousness. I mean, I'm not even sure why anyone thinks it's controversial. It's like what everyone is aspiring to. But I digressed a bit. I want to go back to language. So the challenge I would say is this. One of the things, another chiddush of the Rebbe, how many times the Rebbe said about Bayra Satera Zeis, Shivim Lashon, to translate Chassidus into languages. So many people say, okay, fine, so those that speak English and Spanish and French and Russian, it's much deeper than that. It's not just you translate into another language, you translate it to another type of person who doesn't know the Makir. It's also an echus. It's not just another translation. It's being able to explain Torah and Chassidus in a way to someone who doesn't have that background. I don't know, I think I heard the name of Nachum Goldschmidt, maybe. He said that the Rebbe's brother, Yisrael Aryeh, was able to explain Chassidus without using any words from Chassidus or Torah all the way to 2 dargis after the Tzimtzum Arishon. He was able to explain all the levels without using any of those words. That's an example, because then you're forced to speak about it. Like, if I asked you, can you explain to me Mamala Kalam, Seva Kalam, and an Atzmus, or for that matter, the Parsa and Malchus da Atzilus, Lifnei Lachre Parsa, to a person who doesn't know what these words mean. If you can't do that, I'm not saying it to criticize, you're not really being Mekayim any of Futzaman and Sechel Chutza. You could speak to your own chaver about it. Even there, I would say you're not lav dafka understand it because everyone's relying. Of course, Mamala Klam. Lukus, that's the Fiyerach HaNevroyim. Right? Everybody knows what that means. But explain that to someone that doesn't have any idea all those Hebrew words. The point I'm making is it's easy to speak a language to your own crowd. The Lech Lecha I was speaking about before requires that effort of how to explain it in psychological terms, in spiritual terms, and whatever words. And unless you do that, there's no way to explain the Rebbe, Chassidus, Mashiach to people except to preaching to the converted. And as I said again, I learn most when I explain it that way. Then I learn myself what it means. And sometimes relying like a crutch on the words that we're so used to is not necessarily doing a service. So when I said before the Rebbe's 5 things, I'll say it now in Hebrew, so you'll see it's not compromising the Torah. So mission, initiative, and I'll explain what they are shortly, persistence, opportunities, and destination is just secular language for shlichus, mission, shliach. Initiative is aveda b'keich atzmei. Persistence is kviyas itim l'teira, kviyas. Opportunities that every challenge is a hizdaminus, is an opportunity for something of nitzuz kedusha, and then destination is the final destination of existence, which is Geula Mashiach. So I'm only saying that just to Hayusim Nikim, that I'm not trying to secularize the Rebbe, that it's really the same idea. It's just a difference of words that are relevant or words that aren't. Because if I got up and spoke to a secular audience and said, let me teach you about shlichus and aveda b'keich atzmei and kviyas and so on, first of all, the words don't not necessarily mean anything to them, and also the teichen doesn't. But let's talk about the first thing, mission. And everyone knows that every company on earth has to have a mission statement. Okay? You can't have any entity without a mission statement. So then you ask people, okay, if a company can't exist without a mission statement, can you as an individual exist without? What's your personal mission in life? I've asked this to thousands of people. Most people look at me, well, to be happy. My mission is to be happy, to make a lot of money so I can buy anything. Or to bring up a healthy family, a Jewish family. Those are all beautiful things, but they don't qualify for a mission. A mission has to be unique and measurable. Like Google's mission is to organize all the information of the world and make it readily accessible. It's exclusive to Google. It's not Microsoft and not Apple and not Facebook, etc. And it's also measurable. It's something you can measure. It shows something. So when the Rebbe starts the Maimer Basel Gai Tov Aleph, starts in CS officially Basel Gai Tov Aleph, what does he say? The shlichus of unser dor is the Der Ashvi, to bring the Shechina Lamata. After all the generations before that brought it level by level, that's a mission statement. And the Rebbe actually, it doesn't say the word mission statement, but it's pretty clear that's what it is. So when you speak in that language, you say, wow, first of all, you see the Rebbe thinks in these type of broad terms, and he gave the generation a definition exactly what we should be doing. Then comes the details of the plan. And the idea is that every person, how many times did the Rebbe say in Sichos, that every person has a unique mission to them that only you and only you can accomplish. How many times did the Rebbe say this? Hundreds of times. So in other words, to talk about fighting apathy, fighting indifference, it's by showing people there's a compelling sense of urgency. You know, sometimes to appreciate something, you have to think of it if you didn't have it. Imagine the Rebbe Chaz v'Shalom never established shlichus altogether. You know, people living in Crown Heights, or Kfar Chabad, or wherever they were, yeah, all we expect from you is give tzedakah, be a mitzvah, shema teira mitzvahs, Yir Shemayim, Farbrengen, but there's no concept of going out anywhere. What would Lubavitch look like today? So you don't have to look far. You just look at other kreisen that are basically, essentially what you have there is a world where, yeah, there could be shema teira mitzvahs, but there's no, let's call it, active mission. Yeah, well, people say, the Shama comes down Lamata to do teira mitzvahs. But the idea of a lech lecha, of going out there and being mashpia on others and changing the world, yeah, do mitzvahs and the Eibishter changes the world. So the idea of shlichus is not just a idea just to reach every Jew. Obviously, that tayelis. It's giving the people, the shluchim, a sense of urgency. Most from Eden today don't have a sense of urgency. Some do, but most don't. We go through the motions, go through the motions. I remember a journalist was traveling to Israel. He's one of these skeptical, smart guys. And he said, let's meet. I was also in Israel, so we were going to meet. He said, show me something in Israel I'm not going to find on my own. Okay, so I said, meet me Friday afternoon, like 2 o'clock, in an area called Geula. And I thought it would be interesting for him to see Geula at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So yeah, we meet there, you can imagine what's going on. The mikvois, the cholents, now he was a smart guy and he knew some Hebrew, said to me, what's this neighborhood called? I said, Geula. He said, if this is Geula, what does Golos look like? That's what he asked me. Interesting, right? Now this same guy, a few years later, was writing an article, he wanted to write an article about the controversy about Mashiach in Lubavitch. So he said to me, I'd like to come to Crown Heights and check it out. So I thought, the best time for him to come, Simchas Beis Sheva. This place is crazy anyway then, so So to come, the dancing all night, there's joy, it's a good time to come. It looks good. So, okay, I told him come any evening, I gave him the dates. Well, he was a smart guy, so he decided one night, I was home around midnight, I got a phone call from him midnight, the night of Leil Erev Yom Kippur. He says, and by the way, I couldn't wait for Sukkot, so I decided to come tonight. I'm on President and Kingston. You should come here because the chickens are really getting out of control. I promise you. So I said, oh God Almighty, he chose the right night to come. How am I going to explain this to him? What it looks like, President Street. And I come there, and he's looking at me. He says, so can you explain to me the spiritual dimension here? I see this chicken is like the blood is here and there. And then he says to me, what time do they bring the goats and the sheep? And he's like turning it into and then do they start dancing naked around a fire? I said, let's not take it that far exactly. It was quite funny. So he said to me, Mashiach, that's when he told me, he said, Mashiach is not the issue. To explain this is going to be a lot more difficult. Mashiach is a nice concept, So what am I supposed to tell him? I said, well, listen, if you were in the time of the temple, it would not be so easy for me to explain to you what's going on inside the temple with all the offerings, But there's, anyway, my point being is that, when you meet people who are not familiar with it, I said, come Sukkot into shul, and it's not just chickens. The next thing you see, they're going to be holding like a thing called a lemon and a citron and a what do they call a lulav, a palm branch, and myrtle branches and willows. So it moves from chickens to vegetation. So someone's not familiar, we're all accustomed to it. But when you see someone's not familiar, you suddenly realize, one second, we take things for granted, and you need to know how to explain it. And it's not because we're defensive. It's really a matter of and I would say this alone is a major chiddush of the Rebbe. Because I don't know if the chassidim of the Auther Rebbe, or for that matter, even of the Frierdiker Rebbe, could explain this to a secular person. That was not their challenge. It was not their challenge. They were dealing with things in a very different world. We have that challenge because, whether we like it or not, 90% of the Jewish people are basically tineke shenishbu. Some say 100%. Just a question of how you dress, But regardless, that's why when I say mission, it changes. People say, oh, mission, wow, that's interesting. I have to have a mission in my life. So it's not just for card-carrying shluchim for the kinus or listed on Chabad.org or whatever. It's about a mission in life that every person needs to have a calling. And then you say, imagine your children grow up from the youngest age knowing that they were put on this earth to accomplish something. How many things would it preempt in their lives? So that's the first thing. I'll go through the others, but I think I've talked a little. Once I start hearing myself, I know it's time to say l'chaim. Okay, l'chaim, everyone. To your mission. indispensable mission? L'chaim, l'chaim. L'chaim, l'chaim. Okay. When a person is on a mission, really on a mission, they're on fire, right? If you're like an astronaut in space, you can't afford. So Rebbe is a mashal, actually. One of the times he spoke about the travel, when that landed on the moon, or one of those shlichus. The Rebbe would speak often when the begishas, usually around Vayeshev Miketz, or a second time of the year around Shlach. There was twice a year when there was a Begisha. In the essentially late Chofs, early Lameds. So once the Rebbe spoke about an astronaut, when you look at an astronaut, you see he's on a mission. He has to go to the moon or going some other destination. So you can't say, you know what, today I'm taking off because I have to relax or I have to go on vacation. You know, there's no room for hanging around, as they say. Shooting the breeze, you know, or chassidus savul session, if you like, right? And every move is eisgerechnet, because it's life and death, how he eats, what he eats. So that sense of urgency is like you wake up in the morning, you jump out of bed, because you must accomplish something today. I'm not going to go around the room now and ask you how many of you do that. You know, once they created the snooze button, that helped to like delay some things. But there's that sense of urgency. The Frierdiker Rebbe says in the Sikh in Tov Shin, as Heintom mis Soldaten, was meinen sie Generalen. Und wir dürfen auch in der Armee, wo die Generalen wissen, dass sie sind Soldaten. You know, we live in a time where the soldiers think they're generals, and we need an army where the generals know they're soldiers. So, I don't know if you know this, but like around 11 years ago, I really didn't make too many appearances here in Crown Heights. I stuck with the Amaratzim in the world. Didn't know anything, so there I could shine, you know. Among generals, it's not so easy. And you know, the best joke for this is during the time of the Tsar, they went to find people who are hiding from the draft, especially Jews. They come into a house looking around, they don't see anyone. But then behind the curtain, you see the rustling curtain, you see 4 feet, open up the curtains, and zwei alte Iden, like 90-year-old Chassidim. And they say, why are you hiding? And they said, was Generalen darf ihr nicht haben, you know? You don't need generals. They're, you know, generals. So, Soldaten. So what's a soldier? As the Frierdiker Rebbe says, a soldat, even when he's sleeping. Now, I'm not saying we don't have to be on the level, the highest level, where we're on call 24/7. But I was a while back, I was in Eretz Yisrael. I know some people I got to know a judge there. So he has a lot of connections, and he asked me to come speak at an event, which was some politicians, some young leaders, but it was really mostly secular, chilonim as they call it. And they were going to ask some blunt questions. And one of them, of course, the big question is why the many from in don't go to the army. And that's not fair, you know, protecting each other. We're all here to save each other, protecting each other's lives. So I said the following. I said, look, the Jews, we always knew there were 2 battles. There's the physical battle, there's the spiritual battle. And that when, let's say, the Jews were fighting, the Torah tells us that Moshe held his hands up. And that was equally important, not just the physical war. You need also God's help. And everybody who's in the battles knows that. So there are people actually, their tafkid, their role is to fight physically, and there are those that fight spiritually. Yeah, of course they heard these things before, and it's another one of those religious tirutzim. So I said, but I have to tell you something. That's on one condition, that the people who are fighting the spiritual battle are also waking up 5 o'clock in the morning and not going to eat falafel and shawarma and katzen dinyonim, but they're going to, their sense of urgency in learning Torah and doing mitzvahs is equal to a soldier going and climbing on a wet mountain with 500 pounds on his back. And if they don't have that same level of oil, I totally agree with you, they should go to battle. And they were very appreciative of that. And I said, so I could tell you, my Rebbe, you know, I told them the story, my father-in-law, Heske Gansberg. He was here in New York. He came in Tov Shin Zayin, 1947 with two Chaverim, Goldschmidt and Dubinsky. Motel Dubinsky and, what was his first name, Goldschmidt's name, I forgot. So the three Bochum that came from Tel Aviv, they were, Nicht Blazinski, Goldschmidt, Dubinsky, and Maishver. They came in Tafshin Zayin. The war broke out, of course, Tafshin Ches was the Muhammad what's it called, the Independence War. What's it called in Hebrew? Muhammad Hatzmaut? That's what it's called? Okay, I thought it was a different name, but okay. Anyway, so my Shver's father, Gansburg in Eretz Yisrael, he had two other sons, Ichke Gansburg and Label Gansburg. Ginsburg they call him. They were three brothers. So he wrote to my Shver that your blood is not, your brother's blood is not cheaper than yours, and you should come back to Eretz Yisrael and fight in the war. I mean, he was a chassid, but he said, of course, ask the Frierdiker Rebbe. So Frierdiker Rebbe answered him, interesting answer. He said, to him like this, that in time of war, who's a deserter? What does a deserter mean? What's a deserter in Hebrew? Arik? Yeah, right. Mishtamet, okay, Mishtamet. So he says, what's a deserter? Not someone that doesn't fight, someone that leaves their post. If someone, for example, is dealing with communications during the war, and he decides he's going to go to the front line, that's not his job, that's a deserter. If he's dealing with intelligence, there's many roles. Since your role is to learn Torah here in New York, to help the battle in Eretz Yisrael, so if you leave your tafkid, you're a deserter. So obviously he stayed. But that's only if you feel the same sense of urgency. As I said, that's the problem. You start seeing people, they don't feel urgent, they just feel, okay, the soldiers will fight the battle, and I'm doing, as I said, what is it, falafel, shawarma, those are the two things. There's probably more things on the menu now there, So the idea of a mission is a sense of urgency. I sometimes feel that very strongly myself, but I think I picked it up very much being around the Rebbe. The Rebbe had that energy, and like you felt like that sense that imle achshav emasai, and that if you're not going to do it, who's going to do it? And if you see a situation, you have to do something about it. I think I shared the story when I was bar mitzvah, Tafshin Lamed. So the years before that, as children in Crown Heights, we used to be on the floor by Simchas Torah, or under the table where the Rebbe would dance hakafos. The children were there. There weren't that many, but I was one of them. And we'd have the Rebbe would bend down and give us the Sefer Torah to kiss. This was the early years, especially when 770 was smaller. Okay, there I am, Tafshin Lamed. They stick a big 20-gallon hat on your head, and you think you became a gadol. You're now a mature adult. So I'm not going to sit on the floor with children anymore. So I asked one of my uncles, my mother's brothers, I have plenty of them, all the Lipskers, I have a lot of connections, Peteksiv, Salman's cousins. So I stood with one of my uncles on one of the bleachers near the Aron Kodesh, I remember. So my father was down below by the Hakofa. The Rebbe finishes dancing with the Rashag, Tov Shalamed, and he turns to my father and says, "Avoid the zun," he's about me. Where's the son, your son? So my father points to me proudly, and there I am standing, beaming like an idiot. The Rebbe is asking for me. And the Rebbe says, "Nu, schon geworden a Spectator. Fleck doch tanzen mit uns da." He used to dance with us here. He became also a spectator. So you can imagine, I was directed to come back down to the ground level, down to the floor instead of, and all the bochum, by the way, that year, the Chassidische bochum, nobody stood on bleachers ever again. If you look Simchas Torah, ask the bochum, it was only the guests that stood on bleachers. I mean, the people who didn't know the story, because everyone took it as You want to be Simchas Torah, you have to be together with the Rebbe on the ground, not just standing in a bleacher, like spectator sports. So maybe the Rebbe planted into me, I guess, a bug, never to be a spectator, to always try to make some trouble, disruptor. How about that? But the truth is, it's not about me. I'm just telling you this story. It was about me, but the Rebbe did not want spectators. He didn't want observant Jews observing others. He wanted people who are proactive and not reactive, take initiative. If you want the language of Chassidus, it's called Aveda B'Keach Atzmei. Tavshin Yud Aleph, we all know the Rebbe's words after the Maimer, shouldn't deceive ourselves into thinking that you're appointed now a son-in-law, you'll shikim ksovim and setlach, and you'll sing songs for him. He said, no, everybody has their pekel. The Rebbe said, mishalavit nicht zu helfen. Don't deprive from helping, but basically I'll help you when you're ready to help yourself. And that was like a yesod ikri b'chalach chassidus. Samach Vov. It's all about Aveda B'Keach Atzmei, Ben Shanasa Evet. And the Rebbe, consistent, go through all the shlichus, from beginning to end, always. The Rebbe never changed that position. Obviously, the Rebbe gave Heiros and Brochas and so on, but there was always that element. I don't know if you saw this Zettel, I recently spoke about it, Ksav from the Rebbe. Someone writes to the Rebbe, I don't know who it is, must have been some Elter Chos, I'm not sure. He writes to the Rebbe that he wants to be more makusha to the Rebbe, but since the Rebbe's personality is, I think he writes, kosher or something like very hard personality, I forgot the exact word, so therefore, the Haskashas has to be metech yira, not metech ava. In other words, basically he has to be afraid of the Rebbe, so to speak. And he's asking a bracha for that. You saw this settle? Yeah, Xavier, I see the Rebbe's handwriting. And the Rebbe, oh boy, he writes 1, 2. 1, he circles that the B'tech. So the Rebbe writes, Im kenu be'emes, that you really want Yira, V'vada yesev b'teira mitzvahs B'tech Yira Shemayim. That's the first thing the Rebbe writes. Okay, the second thing too, about that the Rebbe's, I don't think the word kosher, I forgot what the word was, something like, very demanding or harsh. So the Rebbe writes 2, says, Lo yedua li al zeh klal. I don't know what I don't know who you're talking about. In other words, I have no idea what you're talking about. Uki yedua she'ineni machriach mishuhu be'ezeshu inyan. That's what the Rebbe writes. I don't force anyone to do anything in any inyan. Now, is that what I don't know what you're talking about. That so define the Rebbe as tough or something like that. I remember Jacobson was Farbrengen. I don't think I was there. What year did he pass away? Lamed Gimmel? Lamed Gimmel? Lamed Daled? Something like that. Yisrael Jacobson. Anyway, he says, Lamed Hey? Okay, can say. Anyway, he said something interesting. He said that the Frierdiker Rebbe once said in the Sikha that the Rebbe, the Zayde, that's the Rebbe Marash, had gehesen. He would command. The Tate, that the Rebbe Nishma said, and the Rebbe Rashab, had gebeten. He requested. Und ich bin Matzia. I suggest. That's what the Frierdiker Rebbe once said. And Yisrael Jacobson said, he said, unser Rebbe, efil nish Matzia, as ich miyashiv kavyachol. He calls you in and asks you your advice, your opinion. And he says the Rebbe's beten, miyashiv zayin is starker for the tzivui from the Rebbe Marash. So what does that mean? That, there's a famous video going around where Moshe Lazar talks about establishing camps, summer camp. So that he went in with Kahos Weiss and Yechidus, and they were Matzia the Rebbe the first time. They have summer camp. I think Aguda, first camp Aguda opened, I'm not sure. But they basically told the Rebbe this idea of a summer camp, children 24/7, like for 9 weeks or whatever the amount of time. And the Rebbe said to Lazar, he said, Zay Masber, like, what's the tailus of it? Like, to make a case for it. So he got cold feet as soon as the Rebbe said that. By him he was trained. If the Rebbe pshat hashayla shein posel, So he thought that the Rebbe was basically negating it. So he couldn't speak even. And Kos Weiss is like kicking him and saying the Rebbe wants you to explain to him what's the mile of a camp. Anyway, he finally got something out and explained. Now, the Rebbe didn't know the mile of a camp, but the Rebbe wanted mitzad tachten, explain it, das tachten. And he explained that all year round the kids go into school, then they go home. Here they have a full environment, 24/7, something the Rebbe spoke about many times later. But why didn't the Rebbe just say yes and ground it? Or the Rebbe could have come up with the idea. Because there is that, the Rebbe was always that Amfeda B'Kei Achatzmei. Besides the fact that then it's also Mitzad HaTachten, there's something deeper. Then it's lasting. Like Chassidus says, if it comes M'mayla, it's M'mayla. And as soon as the Asus Leil is over, then you go back to who you are. And you see this time and again. I could give 20 examples where the Rebbe would sometimes hint something in a Sikha and see if anybody picked up on it. And then, years later, sometimes the Rebbe would say that he said it already, and he was seeing that if anybody's going to pick it up, and they didn't. Many times this happened. And the Rebbe said it sometimes, that about Horas, the Rebbe would speak about the Mara Mekamis, that he made Mara Mekamis on Maimorim, to get people to kochzach more in Chassidus. And he saw people wasn't doing that, so he put in things that were like stiris. He said, das ist technisch geholfen. In other words, constantly trying to, what the ultimate teacher is not a teacher, is he empowers you. Right? He empowers you. So the second thing, the initiative, frankly, when people ask the question, I go back to that question I asked before. How could a company can't survive without its CEO? So how's Lubavitch thriving today? Without the Rebbe Begashmis here, to direct or to correct or whatever it may be. Okay, so some people says it's a nes, it's min hashamayim, it's mamaylam derech hateva, whatever. No, but there's a way to explain it b'derech hateva too. That Lubavitch is not a company, and the Rebbe is not a CEO. What the Rebbe did was, he implanted in people the power to be leaders. Imagine for a second if the way shlichus was set up was that you got all the money from New York, you don't have to raise any money where you are, and basically you're a hired gun, and you don't have to initiate anything. You're getting paid like a salary, and to bring Teirach, Chassidus, Chabad, wherever it is in the world. You think Chabad would exist today? After Gimmel Tammuz, I could tell you right away, everybody would come back home, because where they're getting their salary from. So the Rebbe did something which at the time was not really fully appreciated. So no, you go out there, you're not getting any money, you don't have any support. As a matter of fact, nobody even wants you there, in most cases. No kosher, no shuls, but what you're going to build is going to be keyachatzmei, obviously with the Rebbe's keiches. It's tremendous. I can tell you, I spoke before corporations that are always thinking, how do we create that people should own their jobs, their positions? And I say to them, you're never going to be able to replicate what the Rebbe did. You know why? Because you don't have a spiritual vision. The Rebbe didn't do it because he was charismatic and people inspired by him. He gave people a reason to live. When the young men and women heard the Rebbe speak, it changed their lives. They ignited a sense of revolution, that they're going to change the world, they're going to bring geula, redemption. And I'm telling you, I've seen this countless times. Mamish non-Jews, or secular, who never even heard what a Rebbe is, they hear that, they say, wow, there's such a possibility. So when you start hearing this, you start saying, you could have translated the Rebbe's godless, even chachmaschem benaschem le'enei kol ha'amim, not just b'chinas hamuna. You could explain it to people that this is what this man did, because he had that ability to touch souls. And that ask everyone sitting at this table, one way or another, either your parents or yourself, some point, the Rebbe touched us when we were young, impressionable, but turned people. I remember standing by Erev Yom Kippur by the bracha, when the Rebbe would cry and give the bracha to the Bochrim, mamish like a father to children. I saw people's lives change. I remember a boch who was in my class. He wasn't interested in anything. He never came around. He only came once a year to Erev Yom Kippur to the brach. And I remember him once after one of the brachas, he said to me, I'm going to go on shlichus. Now, he was completely not shaykh. He was in business. He was interested in other things. Because something happened right there. The Rebbe, maybe a tear from the Rebbe, or he felt the Rebbe's care as a father. I mean, if you were there by the bracha, it's very hard to describe the emotions, but it was extremely powerful. And we all knew we were only the bochrim were there. It was always like exclusive. No younger light, only the tmimim. So there was a certain, the bocher shegaiva, that in a good way, Lamal Yusa. And the Rebbe standing there, and the bracha, the Yevarechacha, these things change lives. I've saw it with my own eyes. But it wasn't Mamay Lamato. It was, of course, the Rebbe's power, but he caused people to say, yes, I'm going to join this, I'm going to become a soldier, basically, I'm in. Today, it's interesting, everyone talks about, what about all the young generation today that never saw the Rebbe, never were by a Baruch Erev Yom Kippur, or for that matter, other things? Okay, so I have to say, if you want to be a skeptic, you could say, fine, it's like become fashionable. It's cool to be a shliach or something. But I would say it's because certain, what we call atzmius, or the Rebbe's teachings still live, the message is still there. The idea that we have to go out there and change the world doesn't change in any way. It's just we don't have the giluyim and that experience. But clearly, I remember a few years ago, the head staff of camp in Montreal, Gan Yisrael, I don't know, it was maybe 5-6 years ago, maybe more. And they came to see me. They wanted to talk to me. So finally, they came to my house, and what do they want? There were, I think, maybe 3 head counselors and 2 learning directors. I don't remember, something like that. And I was really blown away by them. They came. What do they want? We've been doing, over the years, all the head staff always a makabel from the previous head staff. The way you do things. How a camp is run, but they feel they want to infuse it because it's getting somewhat monotonous. It's already years after Gimmel Tammuz. People, how do you talk about the Rebbe to campers who never saw the Rebbe and so on? And many of the counselors didn't see the Rebbe. And I said, so what are you thinking? They said, we were going through all the shlichus and sivus Hashem. We thought that's where the Rebbe created a template. He created a sprach, how you speak to children. And we're thinking, how can we take the Rebbe's approach to Tzivus Hashem, to the children, and implement it in camp? And they wanted to run by me. And I asked them all, how old are they? All of them were born after Gimmel Tammuz. I was taken by it because they were they didn't do this because someone told them to. They were initiating, and I did. And I found it, and so I gave them my time because I saw they were really, they were real. And we worked out a whole thing, there's always the bunk competition, there's the Mishnah's Balpeh. So I said, why don't you take the Rebbe speaks about order of the day. It's one of the language the Rebbe uses. I said, instead of just a once a month bunk competition, why not every day make a small goal for all the bunks, a competition, and you get a small prize. It doesn't have to be the biggest. So they implemented a whole bunch of things. They took it from the Rebbe's model. And I found it to be quite a small example. So it's really about simas lev and caring and feeling that you are not a spectator, that you are expected to rise to the occasion and do something and lead. Now, what it does to a person, it changes everything. Because when you are under the situation where, you could always rely someone else is going to take care of it, it doesn't bring out the best in you. When suddenly you're stopped and no one else is going to do it, that changes everything. I'll just tell you my own, today I'm considered a writer, an author. So what was my first writing experience? I did a little in high school, but I remember I was in camp in Detroit, Gan Yisrael. No, I was not indoctrinated there, just in case you're wondering. You probably know, you can figure that out already. And I was there, Lamed Hey and Lamed Vov. I remember there was color war. Of course, color war. Color war is such a distant memory for me, but I still remember. And the guy that was supposed to write the theme song got sick. He was in the infirmary, couldn't write. It was like a fever. So the general, I think it was maybe Danny Moskowitz, or maybe, I don't remember who it was. He comes to me and says, your father's a journalist, right? He's a writer. I said, yeah. He says, so you're going to write the song? I said, my father is a journalist, not me. And he's not coming here to write the song, so I don't know what you're talking about. That's not for me. He said, listen, you have 3 hours. We have to do this song by this tonight. Color where everything is like last minute. So no choice. What am I supposed to do? So I found myself a song. I started humming. What song was it? An easy one. And I sat down by a tree. Our team was Benodem Lamokim. The other team was Benodem L'Chavere. And I wrote a song on Tefillah. Yeah, about an Avid sitting in a forest and davening to the Eibishter. We sang the song. We won. I don't think that's such a compliment because the other side wasn't too good. But it was better than them. I think back about the song today, it's a little embarrassing. Not exactly, I wouldn't put it up there for competition. But what happened? I didn't know whether I can do it or not, but there was left no option. How many talents come out like that? How many talents do you have that you don't even know you have because you weren't challenged? So what the Rebbe created was an environment like that. I remember, one of the biggest law firms in the world is called Skadden Arps. They have a big firm in Times Square, Manhattan, their central thing. And I was invited to speak there, the Rebbe's 100th birthday. It was Tafshin Samach Beis. 100th birthday. I come there, I couldn't believe the boardroom is almost as big as 770 downstairs. Not as big, but pretty massive. And high-powered attorneys, and big names. And I was wondering, like, how'd they pull this off here? How'd they get these lawyers? This is a big firm here. And then you see the Rebbe's brilliance. So finally, I'm trying to figure out who organized this. So some lawyer spoke, and this one spoke, I spoke. And then one of the big attorneys gets up, he says, you may be wondering why we're honoring the Rebbe here, He says, well, let me tell you, the story begins around 12 years ago, or 13 years ago. So there was a little boy, 11-year-old boy, who once came to the offices on Friday afternoon, a little cute boy, so they let him in through security. Nobody thought him as a security risk. He's not an adult. And suddenly he's hanging around in our offices and he's coming around asking if we're Jewish, who's Jewish, and if you want to put on tefillin. Now this boy himself doesn't put on tefillin yet, but he's putting on tefillin on us. And we all found him to be cute, so why not? And then he came back the next week, and then the next week, and the next week. And for us it was entertaining and very cute. And lo and behold, from 11 years old, he became 12 years old, then 13 years old, then 14. Now he's already 16, 17, 18. He would never be able to get into this place, but he's that 11-year-old kid that we came in under the radar. So now he's part of our life here. And then he got married, and some of us went to his wedding. And here he is standing here. Who is it? Sholem Shapiro, Nachman Shapiro's son, 11 years old. So I said to myself, wow, most of us would think 11-year-old is coming to speak to people about Yiddish guy. What is he? He doesn't know anything, a little kid. But the Rebbe planted that idea that you don't have to become 30 to become a leader. 11-year-old takes initiative, he's in there, and you'll never be able to get a 20-year-old in there. I just found it to be amazing. Just when you take that approach, you empower people, I'm not getting into now. This is not I don't know who the Shalom guy is. I just know him from this story here. But I found it to be amazing because I remember as kids we used to go on talucha, miftzoyim. What we know, we didn't even know what to say or anything. But it was just the idea to have the courage and to be on the offense, and that you are initiating. These things psychologically are tremendous tools. I'm talking now purely universally. I'm not just talking about from a Yiddishkeit perspective. So the second thing that the Rebbe taught, initiating. You tell me right now, if we taught every child this type of attitude, that they have a mission and that they have to initiate, do you know how many problems would be preempted? Children growing up, most teenagers, they don't even know what's going on, what their lives are here for. So it's something, again, not to take for granted. I think we do take it for granted. It's like a common thing. Kids go to Auther, whatever, Beis Gimpel, and some Fridays we go on Mivtzoyim. It's part of the routine. But the truth is, it's a tremendous tool, so to speak, in education. So that's number 2, initiating. The third thing is on my part, right? Persistence. So, start with my own story with me. I was 9 years old. Tavshel Chav Zayin. The year 1966, yeah. So that year it was raining the whole sukkahs here. Didn't stop raining from morning to night. The ganz sukkahs. Now you know rain isn't a Chabad sukkah, right? So the beginning of the rain is very good because the schach is very thick. So you keep dry. But once the schach gets saturated, you ever sat in a sukkah like that? And the globs start coming down here and there. So the Rebbe would Farbrengen until Tavshel Amar Aleph. The Rebbe was still in 770 for the Sudas when the Rebbe Chomadina was still here. So the Rebbe Farbrengen in the sukkah right next to 770. And I think twice Shabbos Chalamed and second night sukkahs. Then I think during Chalamed for the Talmidei Yeshivas. That was before my time. So I'm walking to the sukkah. It was pouring. It was pouring rain. The Rebbe was sitting up front there. I couldn't hear. Of course, the Bochrim, the Young Light, the Anash. No, I couldn't hear. I was in the back. I was a kid. No, it came from the back of the sukkah. No, it was not Chomish. It was Yontif. Yeah. There was no mic. It was Yontif. I saw the Rebbe. You could see the sukkah wasn't so big. The Rebbe's Farbrengen, pouring. And later I heard that the Rebbe, what Maimer did he say, of course? Reshafta Maimer B'Sos. Even though it's a Sukkos Maimer, but it wasn't lost on anyone that is a Gist Regen, so Reshafta Maimer B'Sos. And, but the impression that it left on me as a kid, as I said, I didn't even hear what the Rebbe was saying. The impression it left on me was, I think in retrospect, I don't think at the time I appreciated it, but, in America they have a thing called a rain date, right? It rains, you have a second date, you do it tomorrow. Right. And also, the Rebbe could have Farbrengen inside, so he wouldn't say L'chaim. But no, Dafka sitting in the rain, and it's not a mitzvah to Farbrengen in the sukkah Dafka in the rain. But what left impression to me was that this is what the Rebbe did. This was the minig that he did. And he's not going to stop because of weather conditions. In other words, when you start something good, you do it no matter what. As a matter of fact, I can tell you, Lamed Ches, the Rebbe had the heart attack. It was so hard to imagine. The Rebbe was so consistent, mamash like a clock. 1:30 Farbrengen, it was 1:30. 10 o'clock davening Shabbos, 10 o'clock. Mamash, to the second. And so the Rebbe would not, we thought that the Rebbe, impossible the Rebbe is not going to Farbrengen before a kofis, the night, Leil Simchas Torah Lamed Ches. The heart attack was on Shmini Atzeres. I'm telling you, we were like, no one could believe, because it was not, the Rebbe was like the most consistent, I once told a journalist, he said to me, tell me something about the Rebbe. So I said, it just came to me. I said, here's a man. Will you tell me any second or any minute, any time of the year, the last 50 years, I can tell you exactly where he was. He says, no, that's impossible. I said, yeah. He says, I don't even know where I was 5 days ago. I don't even want to know where I was. So I said, yeah, tell me. He said to me, he chose some random date, June 12, 1962 or something. So I looked it up, I said, what time? Morning or night? I'll tell the joke. So he said to me, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So I said, 4 o'clock? And I looked at the date, I just wanted to make sure. I said, the Rebbe was just finishing Daven Mincha, and walked back into his room, was probably either answering questions or we don't know what he was doing in the room, but we knew exactly where he was. And so he threw out another date. I said, yeah, no problem. Can you imagine a person that you can know exactly where he was the last 50 years? To the minute, you can't always know like what he exactly is doing because if you don't see it, but tell me, do you want to give a cheshbon of everything you did the last week? Exactly whatever, So it was impossible to imagine. It was such a, what they call leish beisu, Tmidin Kesidin by the Rebbe, like mamash leish beis, just like the sun came up, the Rebbe was there. So I remember I couldn't believe that there would be no Farbrengen. I was like shocked. And we till the last minute, and they put the Rebbe's chair there, and the Rebbe gave over to Label Grown what to say, and we all stood there. It was so surreal. I mean, besides the Rebbe's heart attack, obviously, but that the Rebbe would be one shift in his schedule. That was for us the most disturbing thing. So the persistence, you sit in a sukkah, raining, who cares if it's raining? This is what you do. It's affected me till this day because I give classes. Some people ask me, how do you keep motivated, etc.? Because I learned from this. I did a class Wednesday night, I mentioned. I never canceled it once in my life for 42 years. Weather, health. I remember 9/11 was Tuesday morning. I gave my class Wednesday night in Manhattan, Upper West Side, then. And there was no way to get into Manhattan. The bridges were closed, if you remember. And I wasn't going to swim the East River. That's not to that extent. That was a little odd. Rabbi swimming the East River, a day after 9/11 would be some headline. But I figured it out. I looked. There was no traffic because no cars were on the roads. B'chla, if you remember, that was like a wasteland, Manhattan and Brooklyn. But I found a way that if you go through. No, I went through Queens, through the Midtown Tunnel. And it was mamish, it took me 20 minutes because there was no cars, there was no traffic. That was the only way into Manhattan. The Midtown Tunnel was open. It was full of roadblocks. I mean, you have to remember, it was some scene in 9/11. It was like, because they didn't know what's happening, whether there'll be another attack. And I came to Manhattan, and there were like 300 people. Usually my class had 80 people, 90, because there was a certain collective vulnerability, I guess, and people. But I did it because of a child. I remember the Rebbe's never stopped, like waves of the ocean. It never stops. There's no sleeping. So persistence is the third thing. So we have two more to do: opportunities and destination. Okay. So what I'm saying here really is just to go back. I'm trying to explain, I guess, in more. Zugängliche, what's the word? Zugängliche Asis. How you can explain the Rebbe's eternal contributions that live on and do not change because of Gimmel Tammuz. All these lessons are as relevant today as they were back then, and there's no shinui at all. If anything, it makes it even more important, more relevant today. So say l'chaim, sing another niggin, yeah? L'chaim, everybody. So far, mission, initiative, persistence. So we got shlichus, aveda b'keach atzmei, and kviyas. Leish beisu. L'chaim. Wo halten in der Welt? Ja. No. Go. What, niggin? A good chassidische hartzige maybe the. Opportunities. Here we go. So it's in the year Tovshin Lamed Ches, I think it was. So there was a midwinter Nishei convention, which took place in Detroit, Michigan. So the convention was like, I think began midweek or something, and then it ended like Thursday or Friday. And Friday, the women were scheduled to come back to Crown Heights. Problem was a snowstorm. A snowstorm broke out in Detroit, and the planes were grounded. So the women wrote to the Rebbe, mainly Mrs. Miriam Sverdlov. They wrote to the Rebbe that they're stuck. That was the word they used, stuck in the airport in Detroit, and they want a bracha from the Rebbe. They should be able to come home to their families for Shabbos. And here we have an answer from the Rebbe, a long answer. I don't remember if I could say it word for word, but more or less the teichen was. He said, Lepella achi godel. The great, how do you say Lepella? More than one, it's strange. Like it's disturbing even that everybody knows the Torah of the Baal Shem Tov, that everything is Hashgacha Pratis. And I'm sure you spoke about it during the convention as well. And you didn't take to heart that it also means you. That if there's a snowstorm, and that therefore you can't fly, there's a Mamailas, Hashgacha Pratis. And not only that, since it's Shelig Min HaShamayim, is the Chasimim Min HaShamayim. That's the thing of the snow, like the snow is coming from heaven, so the Hero is coming from heaven. That there's no such thing as someone being stuck. It means the Eibishter wants you there. It means that the shlichus for which you were sent there, you haven't finished yet. And therefore, you should find every possible way at the airport, on the way back from the airport, back in the city, every opportunity to figure out why the Eibishter kept you there. And the snow, Min HaShamayim, is and then the Rebbe adds another thing. Since it's snow and a snowstorm, so just like the snow is a storm, it means that you have to do something with the shturim. So this doesn't surprise any of us. This is the Rebbe's classic approach. But who thinks like that? You know, we all say we're stuck in a snowstorm. Jonathan Sachs, Chief Rabbi Jonathan Sachs, one of the stories he tells is, the Rebbe said to him, so what are you doing on the campuses to help Jews? So he says to the Rebbe, in the situation I find myself. So the Rebbe stopped him and said, a Jew doesn't find himself in situations. You put yourself in situations. I mean, you find yourself. A mikra nikra is, you don't find yourself. This is like ongoing. What does it mean? No matter where you are, what situation, it's called, is an opportunity. Adversity, a challenge, a setback, even a failure. That's not the whole story. That's only part of it. It's what are you going to do about it and how you're going to redeem it. In Tovshin Nun, my father had a mini stroke right before Rosh Hashanah. So he ended up in the hospital in NYU, Rosh Hashanah Yom Kippur that year. That year, the Rebbe was the only time the Rebbe ever Farbrengen, also the first day of Rosh Hashanah. Tovshin Aleph, the Rebbe spoke something, but there was no Farbrengen. Farbrengen, first day of Rosh Hashanah, the Rebbe never Farbrengen. You know, the Rabbi in Bechlal.
After that?
Yeah. Yeah. In the afternoon, not right after davening, after the Suda.
Probably finished 2-3 o'clock.
Yeah, so like 5 o'clock. Yeah, it's Muggah, it's printed. Yom Aleph Rosh Hashanah Tovshin Nun.
It was a surprise, or people knew?
No, it was announced after davening. People didn't know till. Yeah. It was very unique because Bechlal the Rabbeim were Bechlal Mamayed B'dibur first day. You know, there's a lot of. But upon the middle of Farbrengen, the Rebbe pointed to me to say l'chaim for my father. Leibel Groner told me later. I can't say that he know for sure, but he says he thinks maybe he had a yesod that the Rebbe's Farbrengen was in honor of my father, or the Yadinish. But he said that to me. Upon him, what did happen? Erev Yom Kippur, I was summoned to come downstairs, and Gan Eden Tachten, and the Rebbe, every Yom Kippur, maybe 1 o'clock or something like that. And the Rebbe gives me 2 pieces of lekach, the honey cake, and said, "Was fahren Taten, und also haben wir süße und gesunde Jahr, shall have a sweet and healthy year." And then the Rebbe smiles. He says to me, "Und sag dem Taten, als verendigen sein shlichus, auf was mit dem dort geschickt, wird man ihn von dort nach Reis lassen." So he told me. So I right away, made my way all the way to NYU immediately. That of Yom Kippur. I come there, I tell my father right away the story. My mother is already running around doing mivtzayim. My father calls her back and says, "You're just a guest here, you're a visitor. It's my shlichus, not your shlichus." And he did what he did. My father had his ways. I don't know exactly what he did, but just to show you that wasn't a joke, Rabbi Chadikov, who was already, Tavshanun, he was like pretty old and he was not weak, I don't know who took him, maybe his son, but he came to the hospital the day after Yom Kippur, and the Rebbe will wissen, zu schön verendigt dein shlichus. So tell me, what do you think? Anyone goes to hospitals because they like it or because they shlichus? You go because you got no choice. My father had a stroke and he had to be in the hospital. And who wants to be there Rosh Hashanah Yom Kippur? But the Rebbe doesn't see it that way. He looks at everything that the Eibishter couldn't get you there to do the shlichus because you're not going to go on your own. So he caused that you have a stroke in order to get you there to meet somebody that you have to meet. I mean, you're talking about looking, with Effen and the Eigen and looking with the eyes of the Rebbe. That's how the Rebbe looks at everything. This is revolutionary. I can tell you right now, everyone who deals with problems, people have, trauma is the big word, right? Everyone talking about trauma and abuse and hurt. And this thing happened to me, that thing happened to me. Look at all the letters of the Rebbe. How does the Rebbe deal with anything? You ever see the Rebbe say, you're right, you're really like damaged goods, you're achmanis on you should take off on vacation and just lick your wounds. You don't see that at all. It's always, you have the keiches to get over that and to learn from it and become better. That wasn't just stam isis. That's how Elokus looks at something. There's no such thing as a negative. Even the Tzimtzum Arishon Chassidus says is Hepach HaKavonos b'shvil hagili. That's God's Tzimtzum. We're not talking about a human, because there's no such thing in Yiddishkeit. Everything is towards some chiyuv. It's to bring something in it. We want it to always be in the best way. Look at Yosef HaTzadik. What happens? The Auther Rebbe brings the end of Perek Beis and Tanya. To Lilmid mi Yosef im Echav. He had every reason to be furious and angry at his siblings for what they did. 22 years separated from his father for no reason. And it was criminal because they will get punished for it. That's Rugi Malchus. At the end of the day, it was because of that. And even though it was Agzeda Varosha Marusha, but the Eibishter said this is because they meet Yosef, and not only is he not upset, he says, "It's not you. The Eibishter sent me here." I mean, this is psychologically speaking, if you can teach people not to be victims, that you're not a victim. Yeah, things happen, but you pick yourself up because there's some deeper reason that God wanted you there. So of course, l'chatchila, we all pray that we shouldn't have nisyanis like this. That's not the shaila. But there's no such thing as we're stuck. I mean, whenever I need some inspiration, I listen to the last minutes of Bas Lagani Tavshin Yud Aleph. That I was speaking there, crying. You probably heard it, but listen to it again. And the Rebbe speaking about that after everything we went through, als wir durchgegangen, und wer gedacht haben noch, it's Mrs. Tzadikim, Kisefes Beis Elokeinu, or Yesem is, the Rebbe brings that. And who wanted this? Who needed this? And then you see, to me at least, the way I read it, hear it, is that the Rebbe was like speaking from the heart, that he didn't want this whole situation here, but that the Eibishter sei gemacht. And therefore, we have to learn how to turn it into something positive. The Rebbe says there, that with the Deir HaShvi, nish mit unser Rotzen, nish mit unser Bechira, nish mit unser Aveda. I remember all the Lashenas. But the Teichen was, no one asked us. This is what was given to us. To me, it was like the Rebbe takes saying, as much as we don't necessarily like it, we're soldiers and we have to take this job and do whatever we have to do with it. And the Rebbe speaking in that type of language. So that's the approach. It's not like, it's about basically everything at the end of the day is part of the shlichus and part of the opportunity. You know, Gershon Schusterman recently released a book, right, called God, oh God, why God, oh why, something like that, God, why God, something. So, you know, man suffered. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, so, I mean, I read it, and it's coming from the Kishkis, a person who suffered greatly. And, you know, you see people like this, they're like Kedoshim in a way, because they went through hell, Kipshute. And it always comes down to, my Shver lost his wife, Tavshin Lamed, second day Sukkos, she was 37 years old. My wife was 7 years old when it happened. A bunch of 5 children. You know, you start thinking, where do they have the resilience, the strength? So my Shver told my wife once, she asked him how, he says, I had 2 choices. You either sink or you dig, or you swim, or you dig deeper. It's not necessarily a seicheldike thing. And I'm not really talking now about tragedy only, but it's about, you always see this. I mean, it's just a tremendous lesson in life. You could say the Rebbe shlichus, but still, people that are not Rebbeim have demonstrated such keach. I am always taken by the events that happened, Tes Adar Sheni, Tovshin, right? The Frierdiker Rebbe comes to America. Like after 12 days, arduous journey on the ship, on the boat, coming from Nazi Europe, middle of World War II, you can imagine the matzav. Jews were being slaughtered. Frierdiker Rebbe is in a wheelchair, comes off the boat, schwach and everything. So they bring the Frierdiker Rebbe to the Greystone Hotel, right? So I was so taken by the events that I asked people who were there, Pasha Begashmis, in the room. So everyone thought the Frierdiker Rebbe is going to want to rest after all this ordeal. Want to rest? No, he wants to speak. So in the Greystone Hotel, in the outer room, the Frierdiker Rebbe is sitting there in the wheelchair, and the people I know that were there was Yitzchak Rono was there, I think Beryl Baumgarten was there, I'm sure probably Shmuel Levittin, maybe Saul Jacobson. I know a few people, others. I think Mordechai Alltime was not Alltime. I think Herschel Schusterman was there. Maybe a few other people that some were alive when I called them. I wanted to hear from them firsthand, and they all said the same thing. Frierdiker Rebbe was speaking like he's speaking to 1 million people. The ganze Trask and Takef, and saying he didn't come to save his life here. If he would have chosen, he would have stayed where he was. The Eibishter geschickt. For what reason? Not to save his life, but to show that America is nicht anders, that we can bring the Galta Heim here, and there'll be yeshivas and chadorim, and little boys and girls running around with tzitzis and yarmulkes and the whole thing. The ganzen Takef. And I said, I heard this from 3-4 people. They all said it was like amazing how he was speaking. What happened next? We know what happened next. Frierdiker Rebbe writes in his diary. If you have from the Frierdiker Rebbe's Yaman, he writes that after he finished speaking, a few of the Chassidim wanted to see him. And so they came into his room and they told him, Rebbe, because we so much love and respect the Heilige Rebbe, and the Heilige, the Rebbe's Tate, and the Rebbe's Zayde, and the Rebbe's Elta Zayde, basically all the Heilige Rebbe, we want you to know that what you said is just not realistic. It's not happening. And we don't want the Rebbe to be disappointed. So you have to lower your expectations. That's what they essentially said. This is the Frierdiker Rebbe writes, this was his friends, not his enemies. And then the Frierdiker Rebbe writes these heart-wrenching words. He writes, I forgot exactly, but he says something like, "Man kann sich nicht vorstellen, die Tränen, was gegossen von meinen Augen, die erste Nacht auf einem Amerikaner Boden. You can imagine the tears that dripped from my eyes the first night on American soil, hearing." Now, obviously, thank God the Frierdiker Rebbe didn't listen to them, and the Rebbe didn't listen either to people in Tavshin Yud, that said, a bunch of Holocaust survivors, refugees, don't speak English, don't have parnos, and the Rebbe's talking about changing the world. It was like fantasy. But this is a leader. And look who prevailed. Like the Frierdiker Rebbe told Lulav in the prison, CF Sektia, and he said, Mitzem werdet eis führen, Rebbe. He said, yeah, Mitzem werdet eis führen. So this is not just persistence, this is turning every adversity into opportunities. This was the Rebbe classic. And I can say without hesitation that you could write books and create a whole psychological model of healing and recovery just based on this alone. What does it take, the spirit that you need to dig deeper, to deal with any challenge? And look at, you're in a hospital, it's an opportunity. A snowstorm, an opportunity. In other words, there's no such thing. A person that thinks like that, nothing can destroy you. Because even the worst is yet another opportunity. That means Elokus is everywhere. Sometimes it's Begoli, sometimes it's Behela. And finally, let's talk about the destination. Okay, so I said before why I call it destination, because it's a easier word that for some people than redemption. It also makes sense. I don't know if you ever asked yourself this question. Why is Munah ben Mashiach such a yesod? The Rambam calls it from the Yud Gimmel Ikrim. Let's say somebody believes in all Tayyag mitzvahs, Teira min hashamayim, Nitzchis HaTeira, everything. All the Yud Gimmel except Munah Mashiach, B'yas HaMashiach, Achak le b'chol yom sheyaveh. What's missing? Why is it such a nikkur? Shabbos is not one of the Yud Gimmel Ikrim. It's important, but Yiddishkeit doesn't fall apart if you don't keep Shabbos, because it's one detail. It does fall apart if there's no God or there's no Torah. And the answer is very simple, actually, in a very practical way. If there's an Eibishter, and he created the world with purpose and design, so basically there's no Mashiach and Gula, it's like a driver driving a train that's not going anywhere. It's not going to a destination, or it won't reach the destination. So essentially, Mashiach is basically the realization, the fulfillment of the plan. So you might as well say, if there's an Eibishter to create a world and there's no destination, you might as well say either God forbid, the driver went off his mind, or he doesn't have a plan. So it's not a small detail. Mashiach and Gula is like the destination, the culmination. It's like you build a Havla business. So business has a purpose. And what's the goal? The goal is very straightforward. We have to achieve certain market share, or we need to reach a certain amount of people, or sell so many products. If you don't have that goal, then you don't have a successful business. So essentially, Mashiach and Gula is the fulfillment. That's what Chassidus says. What does the Auther Rebbe saying? Tanya Perek Lamed Zayin. Tachli zeh shel elam is Tachli zeh shel Yemesa Mashiach Tchis HaMesim Gili Erein Sof Be'erein Sof Be'elam Hazah Gashmi Al Yidei Masenu V'Avedasenu. That the Tachlis of Abriya is that there'll be Gili Elokus in this world, the Dira B'Tachtenim. So when you think of it that way, just like you need to have a mission, a shlichus, you need to know what's the destination. We're going somewhere. And in that sense, the Rebbe, every sikha, every Farbrengen, every mifsa, every letter was always driven by that. We all know the letter the Rebbe writes to Ben Tzvi, why he doesn't use the word nasi. So he says, since I'm a child, I always imagined what would be like the world of Mashiach. So, okay, fine, the Rebbe lived with Mashiach, but it's a little deeper than that. Why was he imagining Mashiach? Because that's the Tachlis Kol HaInyonim. It's not some sideshow. It's basically the result of all Maseinu V'Avedasenu. So all the Aveda, thousands of years, the billions of mitzvahs, Mesiras Nefesh, is to reach a destination. And destination is the fulfillment, like the Rebbe says in Bos Ligani. Yeah. No, Ben Tzvi. Ben Tzvi was the president. The Rebbe explains why he doesn't use the word Nasi. It's Ben Tzvi, not Ben Gurion. Shazar is another story. Shazar is why he doesn't use Medinas Yisrael instead of Eretz Yisrael. Yeah. So you see here, if you build now a structure around these five things, a mission, a shlichus, Veda B'Kei Chatzme initiative, persistence, opportunities, and destination, those are 5, you can say, revolutionary contributions or revolutionary ideas that Rebbe introduced. Now, are they new? No, you know the story, the Frierdiker Rebbe, when he was in Berlin once, so he was in a hotel, so the rabbis there. So, in Germany, there was also a lot of, for many years, an Orthodox presence of, very Frumid. So he had a delegation of rabbis came to see the Frierdiker Rebbe. You hear the story? So they asked the Frierdiker Rebbe one of the questions. They were sitting in the lobby in a beautiful hotel. They asked the Frierdiker Rebbe, what's the Chiddush of Chassidus? They, in Germany, they're very, they were very big Yiddish Shamayim there, in Frankfurt and other places. And Chassidus never arrived in Germany. So what does Chassidus come to contribute? So the Frierdiker Rebbe answered, he said, what do you see in the lobby here in the hotel? So they pointed, the big thing that stood out were these exquisite big marble pillars, like big amudim. Okay, Frierdiker Rebbe stood up, went over to one of the pillars, and took a lamp and shined it on the pillar, and he says, what do you see now? They say, now we see the intricate flowers and designs and the little details. Why didn't you say that before? They said, because we looked from a distance. From a distance, you only see the big picture. You don't see the lamp. She says, that's what Chassidus came to accomplish. Chassidus didn't come to create new pillars. It came to shine the light on the beauty of the pillars. Avos Yisrael, Simcha, power of a neshama, Achdus Hashem, Shkocha Pratis. These are not, every chiddush that we talk about the Baal Shem Tov, we know were said before. Even the Savas B'chol Rega, it says Pirush al Baal Shem Tov, but it's not Baal Shem Tov's fundamental chiddush. There may be some chiddushim in the details. They were all said before. Shkocha Pratis was known before. Avos Yisrael is Kal Gadol B'Teira, Ivdus Hashem B'Simcha. But what Chassidus did was shine the light and focus. So it's not necessarily a chiddush in the sense of, obviously there is chiddushim from the Rebbe in all these inyanim. But the biggest chiddush is that these became the fundamental principles. The Mivtzoyim, for example. No chiddush in the Mivtzoyim. The chiddush is that these are the Mivtzoyim the Rebbe chose to be the entry point for so many Eden. Or the Yud Beis Psukim. Same idea. So bottom line is, we have a great Rebbe. That's the punchline. Not that he needs my endorsement, but we have a great Rebbe, and the biggest thing about a Rebbe is not just the Gashmis of the Rebbe. We know it says Nageres HaKedesh, Chaim Ruchnim, not Chaim B'Sorim. People think it only means after Histalkus. No, it means when the Rebbe is here B'Gashmis, when we saw the Rebbe B'Gashmis, it was Chaim Ruchnim also. It just happened to be that Einei Bosser si Bosser. So the Chaim Ruchnim, and that lives on, as I said before, Mazari B'Chaim, through us. And the big question, my friends, is that we have to ask ourselves, and I start with myself, is what are we going to do that we did not do? How are we going to get out of our comfort zone? That we're going to shift the needle, as they say.
1.6 billion.
Yeah, I'm working toward it.
1.6 billion what?
People.
1.6 billion people should get the message. Then they can see. That's the number of how we influence the world? Yeah, that's 20%.
Yeah, 20% of the population.
What's the study that if you get 20%, where does it come from?
It's known in the business world. 20% of the audience, then it has a life of its own. It's a tipping point. Okay. Where are we holding? You tell me, where are you at? I'll give you my numbers. I think it's completely doable. There's a thing called scaling, right? Scaling is, if you have proof of concept and you can reach 5 people and it's working, then why can't you reach 10 people? Or 20 people? And then it's a matter of just exponentially growing it out. So there's no question it can be done. I would propose this, and everybody has their particular, as I said, unique skills. What each of us have to ask is, what can I do in the world that I'm at? Everybody has different milas. Everything you do, you can find something how it can be directed. So maybe it's time to, as like the Frierdiker Rebbe says, just like you know your own chesronos, you have to know your own milas. and maybe ask some friends and see how you can use those qualities to be made for Samayon Schutza and to bring the message of Mashiach and Gula in language that speaks to people. There's no question. I mean, I think we're all set up. We've been trained to think like this. Technology has provided us with tools that are pushed beyond words, because you can really reach anybody. You know, for all I know, 8 billion people are watching right now, right? Okay, well, let's not push it, right? Okay, but in Indian, it's it's only mechusar ma'aser, mechusar man, I guess. And you got to think big, right? You got to think big. That's the bottom line. The big picture. L'chaim, l'chaim, everyone, l'chaim. In Hebrew? It's not to do is damnuyot is opportunity, but it means the opportunity is a nitzutzik dusha that lay trapped in this world. It's called redeeming. Pidyon shvuyim. Yeah. Okay. A niggin, one niggin is better than 1,000 words, right? Is that what they say? Huh? No, that's a picture. Yeah. Rab Shlomo, you want to say anything? Sure.
What makes something a bestseller? How many
It's not a number. No. It's commas, but it's also has to be among enough cities around the world and the country. In other words, if you have one city that sells a lot, you need a lot of cities. Yeah, because they don't want to be manipulated, so it's a whole mess. Shalom Aleichem. How are you?
Beautiful stories.
Thank you.
eat, yeah?
Eat whatever you want. It's up to you.
Pose a question about, say
You
something.
could pose it. You could.
Huh? Say better?
Go ahead. The whole world is watching you right
Oh, wow. Okay, so it's a big schus to be sitting here with Rabbi Simon Jacobson, one of the world leaders in teaching the Rebbe's Torah all over the world, and with Shlomi, who's teaching Chassidus, Nigla, all over the world. It's really it's a humbling experience to be here. So Shlomi asked me to share a few words. I spoke before in 770. They asked me to speak, which that was even obviously more humbling to be able to speak in 770. So I shared a shlichus from the Rebbe. The Rebbe spoke on Gimmel Tammuz, Shabbos Parshas Koirach, in the year Tavshin Mem Ches. So the Rebbe says over there in the shlichus, and he explains that Gimmel Tammuz, for the Friedrich Rebbe, that was the Haschalus Hagula, that was the beginning of the redemption. In other words, the Rebbe explains that even though if you look, the fact is when Gimmel Tammuz came about for the Friedrich Rebbe, he was told he was leaving Taka prison, but where was he going? He was going to Gullus. And the Rebbe says that going into Gullus, he brings in the Chinuch, that the Chinuch says going into Gullus is almost like Tsar Misa. So what's the big chiddush? But later on, what happened was when the Poil and Yud Beis Gimpel Tammuz happened, so the Rebbe uses the term Gloi Milsum Afreya. It's a learning terminology that it was revealed from the beginning that they went out on Gimmel Tammuz, that was Haschalus Hagula. So even though Beinayim Gashmin, when you look in your own physical eyes, what's Gimmel Tammuz? He was going to go into Gullus. It's a terrible thing. But afterwards, it turns out that Gimmel Tammuz was a Schalt Degula. So Rebbe says, a revolutionary idea, I think, that you must say that Gimmel Tammuz is greater than Yud Beis Gimmel Tammuz, even though L'Poel Yud Beis Gimmel Tammuz was the ultimate redemption for the Friedrich Rebbe. And he explains it based on this week's parsha. So what does it say in this week's parsha? In this week's English, in this week's Torah portion, it says that this week's Torah portion is called Parshas Koirach. So Rebbe asked a simple question. We know Koirach was Taka Yid, but he was a Chayta, he was a sinner. Not only was he a sinner, he didn't do tshuva. So how do you go ahead and you call the whole Torah portion after someone's a sinner and didn't do tshuva? My high. So the Rebbe explains and he says that the truth is there's two ways to look at somebody. You can look at somebody b'chitzonius, the way they talk, the way they behave, the way they dress, and all the negative stuff. Or you can look into who the person really is. Let's look at Koirach. Let's look at his essence as an neshama. What was Koirach's drive in life? What was his mission in life? Koirach wanted to be what? He wanted to be a Kohen Gadol. So if you look at the fact that a Yid, again, even though he's a Chayta, the fact that he wants to be a Kohen Gadol, that's huge. I mean, how many of us have a dream? Kids want to be firemen, policemen, but Koirach wanted to be the Kohen Gadol. He wanted to be the high priest. Not only the Rebbe brings some Likutei Torah, that the Auther says that Koirach was a Levi. Now, Koirach saw the future, and he knows in the future that the Leviim are going to be Kohanim. So not only Koirach, what he wanted to do is he wanted to usher in already what's going to be like Mashiach comes. Let's start right now. Why do we have to wait till Mashiach comes? Let's make Mashiach right now. Like we want Mashiach now. He says, okay, let's make it happen right now. Let me go ahead and let the Leviim become Kohanim. So obviously you see two powerful things about Koirach. One is that he wanted to be the Kohen Gadol, and number two is he wanted to bring in Mashiach's time. So if you look at that, Koirach is huge. And based on that, that's what we're explaining. That's why the parsha is called Koirach. Because even though B'chitzayni is all the negative stuff you can look at, what do we look at? We look at his neshama. His neshama, he wanted to be a Kohen Gadol, he wanted to bring in Mashiach's time, and therefore, and that's why the Torah portion is called Koirach. And the Rebbe brings, the Rashi actually says that Yofen Nedrashas, the third portion is Yofen Nedrashas. The Rebbe teaches that's exactly what the Medrash is saying is don't look at it in a negative way. Koirach is a sin. Why are you looking at it that way? Yofen Nedrashas. Look at the beauty of it. And the Rebbe finishes off and he says a beautiful lesson. You see from here that what happens when you meet a Yid in the street and you look at the Yid and you say, oh my gosh, this guy never uses the term shel. The guy is in shel tachtia. He's like down in the sewer. He's like whatever on all levels. He's not up to par. So you look at such a Jew. So the Rebbe says in powerful Lashonis, he says that the Yid that you're looking at in a negative way tells you Yofen Nedrashas, he tells it, make a drisha kira. Go look into my neshama, you'll see that you're looking at this the chitzonius. But when you look into who I am, you'll see Yofen, you'll see I have a beautiful neshama. Like the Rebbe says, we know it says in the Gemara that everyone is B'nai Yisrael. And Afal Pi Sheichot Yisrael, means even if someone that sins was still on the level of what? Of Yisrael. So based on that, Rebbe explains what's the whole idea of Koirach. Koirach's lesson is, don't look at the external, don't look at the Levushim, the Chitzonius, and all the negative stuff. Start learning to look at the beauty of every single Yid. Based on this, Rebbe explains why Gimmel Tammuz is higher than Yud Beis Gimmel Tammuz. And he says like this, what's the whole idea of Gimmel Tammuz? Like we explained a little before. Gimmel Tammuz is that if you look B'chitzonius, what happened when Gimmel Tammuz happened? Yeah, the Frierdiker Rebbe was going to Galus, Etzar Misa, etc. But that's if you look B'chitzonius. But now that you have hindsight 2020, what do you realize? That Gimmel Tammuz was Takat Aschalas Agula. The internal part was Aschalas Agula. However, when it comes to Yud Beis Gimmel Tammuz, you're going to say, well, he was free L'Poil. So Rebbe says something fascinating. He says like this, because what happens when you reach Yud Beis Gimmel Tammuz, what happens then? So then you look at the fact that he was in Galus. So why was he in Galus? The answer is you read that Tzorech Aliyah. Yud Beis Gimmel Tammuz only teaches you that it was a Yerida, and Tzorech Aliyah. So Galus was a Yerida. But Gimmel Tammuz teaches you, no, on the contrary, that basically it's all about, it's right there. So I think the Rebbe is teaching us a simple lesson for each and every one of us, how we have to look at a Yid. We have to look at a Yid, Yofen and Drashish. We have to look, into the essence of the person. So actually I'll share an interesting story, what happened. Everyone likes, current stories. I have a guy, Ibal Abbas of mine, he always tells me, Rabbi, you need a current story. Don't tell me from 200 years ago, 100 years. I want a recent story. So I had actually an interesting story recently. It happened. We had a hurricane, last in the San Medallion in Southwest Florida. So afterwards, they came from the government from Washington to see what they can do to help, etc. So one day they came with a whole shlichus, with different high-level people. We had a meeting in our Chabad house, and it's funny. So my son was sitting there. So he tells me, I think the head guy is Jewish. So I said, really? what do you think? He told me, I think he's Jewish. I said, okay. So after the meeting, I turned to him and I said to him, do you mind, because you have to realize these are official people from Washington. You can't just go ahead and start and talk to the guy, start getting involved in personal stuff. I said, do you mind? He said, okay. Do you have permission? I can ask you a personal question. He said, sure, go ahead, you can ask me. I said, are you Jewish? So he goes, yes, I'm Jewish. So I said, okay. Do you mind, I can ask you a second question? I said, have you put on tefillin in your life? So he goes, no, I never put on tefillin, I never had a bar mitzvah, he tells me. So then I said, one more question, Gimmel Tammuz. Can I ask you my last third question? Would you be okay if we put on tefillin? So he says, I never put on tefillin, but no problem, we'll put on tefillin. So I said, okay, we had a meeting in the library. I said, okay, for putting on tefillin, let's go into the shul. So then all the people that came was with him, the whole mashlachas, they said, could we join? Could we be part of this thing? So I said, sure, with pleasure. So they all came into the shul, and he was an older guy. He was 74 years old. Now he's 74 years old, never had a mitzvah in his life, never put on tefillin. And put on yarmulke, put on tefillin. The guy was crying. Pashat Demois. Mamashra, he was very emotional. Put on tefillin. And then after I said to him, what's your Hebrew name? So he tells me, I'll tell you the truth is, I don't have a Hebrew name. So I said to him, no, let's pick a name. What can we pick? Anyway, the pilot came up, his name was Craig, picked the name Moshe. Gave him the name Moshe. I said, but listen, in order to solidify it, I need you to come back Shabbos. Kriyas Torah, Aliyah, let's do it the whole way. You need a full bar mitzvah. So he tells me, I'll come back for Shabbos. That's what he tells me. Okay. This is months ago. Anyway, he never came back for Shabbos. Okay. I called him a couple months later. I said, hey, Craig, Moshe, he told me you're coming back. He said, yeah, what happened was I was out of town, etc. Okay. What happened was literally this past Shabbos, Friday before Shabbos, this past Friday, like almost a week ago, I see he's calling me. I was punked on the phone. I couldn't answer. He leaves me a voicemail. He says, Rabbi, how are you? This is Craig, Moshe, the one that bar mitzvah. I want to know what time his service is tomorrow. So I was on the phone with an important phone call. So I text him back and I tell him like this, Kabbalah, Chassidus is 9 o'clock in the morning, because you have a class in Chassidus every Shabbos. That's the highlight of the week, Chassidus class. Chassidus is 9 a.m., and davening is 10 o'clock. He tells me, what time his service is? I said, service is 10 o'clock, I'm going to call you soon. I got off the phone, I called him up, I said, hey, how are you? He says, yeah, what's going on? I said, I'm back in town with my friend lady, whatever, and I want to come tomorrow for services. I said, listen, the way it works in Chabad, you don't just walk into services. 9 o'clock Chassidus, and 10 o'clock is davening. So come for 9 o'clock Chassidus. You learn some Kabbalah, some mysticism, and then you'll come 10 o'clock for davening, etc. Okay, sure enough, next morning, Friday, Shabbos morning, 9 o'clock, he shows up. Him and his lady friend, they come for Chassidus, they sat there, they're teaching a mind for the Rebbe, they were sitting and listening, and after the shir, with the shirs, everyone sits together. After the shir, we go to the davening, and he sits over there and he's davening. So he didn't put on the talus. Anyway, then the Poyel came for Kiryas Torah, so the Kohen gets the first Aliyah, the Levi, and then I told the Rabbi, give him, the guy sitting over there, give him the Shlishi Aliyah. He goes over to him, he says to him, Khalif Aliyah, he says, yeah, what's your name? He calls him his name, and he got the Shlishi Aliyah, which is interesting is that the Shlishi Aliyah was, last week was Chav Chasivan, right? And in that Aliyah, the Rebbe speaks on the Sikh about the Yigdal Koyach Hashem, Chav Ches, Koyach, was that Aliyah. Interesting, Stam, another small thing, but it's Negeya. Anyway, after he had his Aliyah, so after the Aliyah, we made him Yishaberach with our mitzvah, and he was crying, everyone was singing and dancing. It was very, very beautiful, very, very nice. So what happened was, after davening, I went over to him, I said to him, mind if I ask you a personal question? Like I know, what you come this Shabbos? So he tells me, Rabbi, you don't remember, you bar mitzvahed me. And we put on tefillin on me, and you gave me a Hebrew name, and I promised you I was going to come back for Shabbos. I was promised I was going to come back for Shabbos. I forgot. I remember every guy he told. I forgot his problem. Anyway, it was his problem. So he said, I told you I was coming back for Shabbos, and I was planning coming for Shabbos. What happened was, unfortunately, I had 3 heart attacks. Like the Gimmel Tammuz, 3 heart attacks. And they put in, and they put in 4 stents. Nisan, Iyar, Sivan, Tammuz, the 4th month, right? Like the Kabbalah stuff. And he put in 4 stents. And I remembered I told you I was coming back for Shabbos. The first opportunity I had, now that I got better, I came now to here to have my Aliyah and etc. But anyway, what did I get? What's the lesson of the story that I took from it? And many lessons of the story. The lesson I took from the story was that we had a meeting, right? And they were sitting in the meeting. I didn't see the guy was Jewish. Why? Because I was busy, whatever, with the meeting. My son was able to see Yofen the Dreshus. He was able to see, take away the meeting and all the other stuff. He saw there's a Yid over here. And when he saw there's a Yid, he said, then we were able to put on tefillin, he had a bar mitzvah, and Baruch Hashem was a big Kiddush Hashem. And the fact is, before Gimmel Tammuz, he had his bar mitzvah, and he was very, very happy. So we should help us. We should see Yofen and Dreshus. We should see the beauty in every single Yid, and we should see the beauty in like Rebbe says that the beauty in Gullus also. There's some beauty in Gullus, but the Kodesh Rebbe finish off the Sikha, just to finish off to give it a shleimus and yonder. Rebbe says when you talk about Gula, that will bring the ultimate Gula. Anyway, shkoyach is shkoyach. Thank you.
Okay, beautiful. Let's sing our final nigun. We take a hefsek between one Farbrengen and the next, yeah?
What's the next? Beis What? We're on a roll. I think this is
Avada.
the 3rd or 4th Farbrengen we did this year.
It's beautiful. Bemison beautiful.
Yeah.
Very, very nice. Very nice. Shabbos Achmei Yachad. You have no music on? No?
Yeah, nigun.
Very, very nice.
And I'll just say a closing.
Yeah, Avada.
Let's do the nigun. remarks. L'chaim, l'chaim, shkoyach. To everybody, shkoyach, and we should give the Rebbe a lot of nachas. The Rebbe could look at us and say that he's proud of what we're doing.
Amen.
Being his arms and legs and mouthpiece to communicate to everybody that we can reach and to inspire them with chassidus and finish the job of the Deir HaShvi, bring the Gula, Amitis Vashlema, Lamat Masar, Tvachim Mamish. L'chaim, l'chaim, everyone.
Beautiful story, Rabbi.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
When your father in the hospital.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Yeah. Good. Be well, everybody.